Please can the live stream be started and confirmation given when we are streaming live?
We are live, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Jonathan Lester, the chairman of the scrutiny meeting, and I will be chairing the meeting today. All attendees are most welcome. Before I start the business of the meeting, I will go to each member of the scrutiny committee to confirm that they can hear and be heard. It is a legal requirement for me to do so. If you can please have your video on so that you can be seen by those in attendance and the public watching. Please advise me at once if there's any time during the meeting you experience any technical difficulties that prevent you from hearing or being heard. I will now go to each of the councillors in turn. Please speak to confirm that you are able to hear me, and I will confirm in response that I can hear you. Councillor Tracy Bowes.
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I can see and hear you.
Councillor Barry Durkin.
Good morning all. Yes, Chairman, I can see and hear you.
Thank you. Councillor Jenny Hewitt.
Good morning, Chair. I can see and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Matthews.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I can see and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Louis Stark.
Good morning, everyone. I can hear and see you, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor William Wilding.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can hear and see you.
Thank you. I'm advised that the following cabinet members are present. Councillor David Hitchener, the leader of the council. Councillor Felicity Norman, the deputy leader and cabinet member for children and families. Councillor Liz Harvey, the cabinet member for finance and corporate services. I'm very pleased to welcome the Right Honourable Jessie Norman MP for Hereford and South Herefordshire. Thank you for your attendance. I really appreciate the fact that you can make time to join us today. Please, can you confirm that you can see and hear me?
I can see and hear you all with great delight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the record, I would note that Mr. Bill Wigan MP for North Herefordshire was also invited to attend this meeting, but was unable to do so due to a prior commitment. I have been advised that the following officers are present. Richard Ball, the Director for Economy and Place. Andrew Lovegrove, the Chief Finance Officer. Karen Morris, the Strategic Capital Finance Manager. Roger Allenby, the Head of Economic Development. Chris Jenner, the Assistant Director for Technical Services. Mairead Lane, the Acting Assistant Director for Highways and Transport and the Head of Infrastructure Delivery. Mark Willimont, the Assistant Director for Regulatory Environment and Waste. Susie Binns, the Welfare and Financial Assessment Team from the Welfare and Financial Assessment Team. Lee Davis, the Head of Prevention and Support. Paul Smith, the Assistant Director for All Ages Commissioning. And I think I also see Steve Vickers, the Director for Adults and Communities. Is there anyone I have overlooked?
Chair, if I just may, Paul Smith, Susie Binns and Lee Davis have been stood down for the council, and I'll be representing the Adults and Communities Directorate alone.
Thank you for that clarification, and you're very welcome.
Sorry, Chair,
yes.
It's Richard Ball. Just to also say that Roger Allenby has also been stood down.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Chair, sorry,
yes?
Councillor Harrington has also joined as a guest. Pardon, but I'm struggling with my video, but I am here and listening.
Well, thank you, Councillor Harrington, for bringing that to our attention, and you're very welcome. It's good to have you in this meeting.
Thank you.
The council is video and audio streaming this meeting live on the internet and making an official recording. After the first three items, I propose to move straight to agenda item 6, which is the 2021-2022 budget setting. There are no questions from members of the public or from councillors. Your approval of the minutes for the last meeting will be sought after the debate on the budget. So firstly, agenda item 1, apologies for absence. We've not received any apologies. Is that correct?
Yep, none, Chairman.
Thank you. And because the committee is in full attendance, we do not have any named substitutes. That's excellent. And item 3, equally important, declarations of interest. Please indicate by raising your virtual. Sorry, I had a notification that the recording has stopped. Can I have a?
Yeah.
Can I now confirm that we're still streaming live?
Apologies, Chair, I dropped out, but we are still live.
Okay, thank you. Technical glitch, but we shall carry on. So I was just about to go into item 3, which is declaration of interest. Please indicate by raising your virtual hand if you wish to declare a Schedule 1 or Schedule 2 or other declarable interest, and I will then call each councillor in turn. Are there any interests to declare? We're all very interested, but there are no interests. Right, okay, thank you. Well, then we would jump straight to item 6 on the budget, which is to seek the views of the General Scrutiny Committee on the budget proposals for 2021-22, both capital and revenue items following the announcement of the provisional financial settlement. The committee is invited to make recommendations to inform, constructively challenge and to support the process of making the cabinet proposals to council regarding the adoption of the budget. The proposed order of our debate on the budget is as follows. Firstly, we will go to Mr. Lovegrove, the Section 151 officer, who will present the budget and the corporate plan proposals in around 15 minutes. We will then go to Mr. Norman, who will provide the committee with a statement about the work he's undertaking on behalf of his constituency. We will then have a budget-themed discussion with the MP and the General Scrutiny Committee. And then the Director of Economy and Place will then be invited to comment. We will then have a section where the Leader of the Council and the Cabinet Member for Finance will then be asked to provide comment on the proposals being put forward. And then I will invite the comment from the chairpersons of the scrutiny committees. Sorry, I should have mentioned that both Councillor Gandy and Councillor Swinglehurst, as chairs of the children's and the adult scrutiny meetings, are present, and they will be invited to comment. And you will note from the agenda pack that we do have the recommendations that the two committees have put forward, seeing as they both met earlier on this week. The committee will then be invited to ask questions of the officers and cabinet members, and then we will be able to put forward our recommendations after having heard everybody and all the issues. Right, so I now move on to invite the Section 151 officer, Mr. Lovegrove, to present his views about the budget. Over to you, Mr. Lovegrove.
Thank you very much, Chair. Could I ask that the presentation is loaded, the slides are loaded onto the system. While that's happening, I'm happy to be able to confirm to the committee that the council is solvent. We are not anywhere close to having to issue a Section 114 notice. Section 114 notice is the formal process that the Chief Finance Officer of a council advises councillors that the council is in financial difficulties, in effect is running out of money. We're not anywhere near that situation. Myself and my team, we look at this every day. On there, we have the level of reserves we hold hasn't changed significantly from where we reported at the end of March, so approximately £70 million worth of earmarked reserves. But as you can see in the papers, we are facing some financial challenges going forward. And I also have an amendment to one of the papers that was published as a supplement. It was the one that shows how much cash we've had from government for support for the COVID response. We published that earlier in the week, but I'm pleased to be able to tell the committee that this morning I've just had confirmation that a further £20 million has been received into our bank account for the paying of grants to local businesses due to the latest lockdown arrangement. I'm very pleased about that. We are motoring on paying those grants as quickly as we can to businesses. I think, as I've said before to council, I see very much the role as the council is to, as soon as possible, as soon as the criteria is met, to make those payments to businesses, and we have been doing that. So we made our first COVID grant payments to businesses actually just at the end of March on there. So that is continuing at pace on there. I'm not sure, are we able to load the slides, or is that a technical issue? But just while we're looking into that, in terms of the national position around the spending review, it was announced just before Christmas. The Chancellor announced the draft spending review. The consultation for that ends this weekend, and I've just been told earlier this morning that we expect the government to be able to confirm the final element of that settlement sometime the week starting the 25th. So you'll see at certain points in the papers we refer to indicative sums. That's because we're still waiting for government to listen to the consultation responses and then to confirm the exact settlement. But that will be in place and received well before the budget is considered by council on the 12th of February on there. In addition to that, we've been advised as a council we're likely to receive two sums of what I would call one-off funding from government to do with the budget. The first one, as is reported in the slide deck, is just under £1.8 million worth of new homes bonus. And that we haven't built that into our core recurring budget, so that is available for council to consider how to operate. And you see in the papers that proposals from Cabinet how to deal with that. In addition, government has also allocated a further, what they called lower tier one-off grant of £250,000 for the council. Again, we haven't built that into our recurring base budget, so again, that is free for council to decide how it wants to deal with that and allocate it on there. As you'll have seen in the papers, the assumption is that the increase is 4.99%. That is within the parameters that government have indicated in terms of the ability of the council to set its budget. I think we all recognise that is a significant increase on there, and will propose challenges for a number of people to pay on there. In terms of the support we're offering for households that are in difficulties paying their council tax, we've benefited as a council from arrangements government has put in place for interim arrangements for council tax support for households that are finding themselves in a position where they do need financial help. We're expecting that to continue into the coming year. And as you see in the details of the proposal, there's a proposal to enhance and extend the current arrangements. So for households that are finding it difficult to pay their council tax, there will be support offered in a number of forms. And you'll have seen from the Cabinet decision just before Christmas, a decision for people that meet the criteria to be foster parents, the arrangements that they will be not required to pay council tax on there. Due to the way that the council tax base is calculated, this is the calculation that works out how many households are eligible to pay council tax. Now, historically, that increases slightly every year, and that's partly because new houses coming on stream as they're built. This year, it's very different. We are seeing quite a significant reduction in the council tax base. That isn't a reflection that there are fewer households in the county. It's a reflection that when households meet the criteria to get the various council tax support schemes and they have helped to pay their council tax, or they're not required to pay it, we have to, in effect, take them out of that council tax base calculation. So we are seeing a step down in that, and that clearly has an impact on the level of council tax that we as a council and our fellow preceptors can raise. We're not unique in this position. This is impacting on all precepting authorities in England on there, and government, as part of the spending review, have offered a number of financial supports for that, which the council is fully intending to take advantage of. But clearly, if a household is in difficulty, we need to do our best to support them. Just on that, we have seen a steady increase in the number of households who have approached us for help on there. And that's, as we can see, what's happening in the economy as people are furloughed or incomes are reducing. We're going through, and just through this process, I'd remind people, if they think they need some help or they approach you as councillors, we're very happy to talk to people. Our preferred way of communicating is through the website electronically, because the team are working remotely, but we can answer phone calls. And urge anybody who is facing difficulties or think they're in difficulties to make contact with us as soon as possible, and the team will do their very best to help people through that. And clearly, if they are eligible for the various reliefs that we offer and support schemes, make sure they're plugged into those as soon as possible. So that's is an important message for people who are listening in, who may be facing those difficulties on there. I'm conscious, Chair, that I could talk for hours about the budget, and there's lots of detail, and I apologise that you have over 200 pages in front of you today. There is a lot more detail below that, but if during the course of the meeting it becomes clear that detail isn't there, then we're very happy to provide that as a response to that thing. But can I suggest that I end my presentation there and hand over for the next phase?
Thank you very much, Mr. Lovegrove. And yes, I think it's we could see presentations all day, but I think the most important thing is to have discussion and debate. So we will press on and come back to you when we need to raise questions that you're best suited to answer. Can I, Councillor Matthews, you have a question? Councillor Matthews, you're on mute, sorry. Time-honoured phrase.
I'm not unmuting. Ah, there we
That's
are.
right. We can hear you now. Thank you.
Sorry, Chairman, and sorry, folks. Andrew, could I ask you, please? I didn't get the total amount of government funding. Could you give me that, please?
Certainly, Chair. In the papers that were published as a supplement, I'm just finding my copy now. We have received up until yesterday £129 million in support from government for our COVID response, and that has been grants that we've issued to businesses and support on business rate payments, and also a range of grants to fund the additional work that the council has done, and you'll see in the list. And today we've received just over £20 million in further money from government to pay grants. So that takes us the total to approximately £150 million. We are expecting further grants to come through. The Outbreak Control Fund grant, there will be further money, we understand, announced by government in the coming days for that. But as you can imagine, it's a fast-moving process.
Could I further ask you, Mr. Lovegrove, please? You said that the council, that the government grant only covered 70% of the cost of the COVID virus expenditure. Why is that when other counties like Worcester, etc., are coming in with a 2% budget? Why are things so drastically different? Didn't we get sufficient funding, or we mismanaged it?
Chair, I'm happy to pick that up. In terms of the budget you're seeing before you today, that this is the recurring budgets for the council, both revenue and capital, and the council tax decision that the budget that the council will make on the 12th of February is for that response. In terms of the council's response to the COVID outbreak, and that's not covered in this budget because that isn't part of your recurring budget as a council, that's about the response for the one-off nature of the arrangement. So we cannot use that government grant to fund recurring activities of the council because the government grants won't continue. In terms of commenting on whether the approaches other councils have done, I don't think I'm in a position to pass that comment. They will clearly have their own challenges and details to look at.
Yeah, one final question quickly, Chairman. the increase of 4.99, which is proposed, the increase in people claiming reductions or to be void of council tax, will that, by putting that sum up by that, further aggravate the situation and far more people fall into that category?
I'm happy to respond to that. The evidence that we're seeing from the conversations we're having with people and what's actually happening on the ground, where people are able to pay their council tax that they are paying. We had a number of conversations with households, certainly when lockdown first happened, and a number of people chose to either move from 10 monthly instalments to 12 instalments, or to change when in effect their 10 months started on there. But the actual collection of that tax is holding up and people are able to pay. But Councillor Matthews does highlight, if a household does get into financial distress, then clearly they can't pay the tax, and that's where the various schemes and arrangements are in place to support people, households that are in that financial difficulty arrangement. So if people qualify for the council tax support scheme because of the government arrangements for this year, then they don't pay a penny for any liability because the government have very kindly provided a grant scheme for that. But it's a very difficult point.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews, and thank you, Mr. Lovegrove, for those answers. I mean, by all means, Councillor Matthews, we can pursue this line of inquiry further at a later stage in the meeting. If you can think of other questions relating to the points that have just been raised, go to Councillor Durkin, and then I'm then keen to ask Mr. Norman for his comments. But first, Councillor Durkin.
Thank you, Chairman. It's apropos what Councillor Matthews was talking about. Mr. Lovegrove mentioned there have been an increase in the people who are in distress with regard to council tax. I wonder if we could be told what is the difference between this time last year and now with regard to the numbers who are finding it difficult to pay the council tax. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I don't have that information at my fingertips, but I'm very happy to provide that response. What I would say, it's a fast-moving situation. The team are very busy speaking to householders, but I'm very happy to provide a written response.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Chairman. I appreciate the speed things moving up. But could it be sent round to everybody rather than just me?
Yes, I'll make sure committee admin makes sure that it gets circulated.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, we're very fortunate to have Jessie Norman MP. I'm sure you're very busy and your day is very busy, but you're most welcome. And if you'd like to make your comments now, we'd love to hear from you.
Sure. Well, thank you very much indeed, Councillor Lester, and thank you everyone on the committee, both committee members and other councillors, and of course, council officers. As I understand it, you particularly want to focus on the work that I've been doing on behalf of the county, but within that, if you like, we can talk about COVID and the specific issues that we're facing at the moment as well. I think you know, and if you don't know, that I've done a pretty lousy job of communicating the fact that I am probably as heavily embedded and energetic a local MP as certainly any that I've come across in Parliament. And it's a very, very much an important point of pride to me to be as deeply embedded, as deeply involved in local constituency issues as in any other activities that I might be doing in Parliament or on behalf of the government. But the things that I do fall into different categories. There's the purely local aspect, and then there's the more governmental aspect on the Treasury side, where I'm a minister. And if I may, what I'll do is just touch on both of those sides so you get a sense of the overall picture, and then I'd be more than delighted to take any questions that you may have. I should say, I'm afraid that although you very kindly provided me, or someone very kindly provided me with a link to council documents, I'm afraid that has not worked, and I have not been able to see any of the council documents, and obviously they haven't been shown to us now, so I'm not really in a position to comment on any of those, and I'm sorry about that, but happy to look at them in the event that they can be made public and or sent to me. the access, I'm afraid, was denied, and that may be an understandable reaction to inquiry by a member of Parliament. But if we can cure that, that would be great. So several different aspects. I think one of the things that sits beneath all the discussions that you have as a budget scrutiny committee and that we've always had in this county has been the question of how we energize the local economy, how we get more businesses providing better jobs at higher incomes for local people. And when I first started thinking about standing for Parliament 15 or so years ago, it was very clear that the county had a small tax base and an economy that was in its own way diverse and actually remarkably effective, but needed more of a stimulus. And that it was also important to note that we were never going to get that stimulus by just building more houses, although house building is obviously an important way of meeting people's needs, and we have a tremendous requirement for better and more housing across the country and certainly in this county. And so an awful lot of what I've tried to do has been about building that base, as well as supporting the council and other public services. And so if we're thinking about public services, obviously the big things for me recently had been the new investment in the hospital or at the GP medical centre in Hereford. But from a renewing the economy perspective, from that vital central thing, the key projects, I suppose, have been the enterprise zone several years ago, Enmite, the new university on which the council has been sensational, I would say, in its support, and I'm very, very grateful for the work that it's done in helping me with the fundraising that I've been doing with central government. We've probably raised £25 million from central government, as you'll know, in different forms, and the team has raised of the order of, I don't know, well, several £1 million, maybe £5 million from other sources. So it's been a tremendous piece of work, but we've got a lot more to do. I'll come back to that in a second. And then, of course, we've also most recently had the Stronger Towns Fund, which I think you know, and I hope council officers have reported, has gone extremely well. And we're quite close now to submitting. I sit on the board very much as a kind of, I don't try and intervene, I let the board do its thing. It's a private and voluntarily led board with council support and council officer support. I think it's worked extremely effectively. And we're going to put in a bid in the next few weeks for up to £25 million worth of funding. That's a Hereford City only project. I'm very keen that we should continue to pursue the work that has been done historically on supporting Ross. There's a strong expectation in Ross on why that there would be some £7 million of capital investment coming out of Model Farm. And it's important to be aware that there needs to be an integrated plan for Ross. And I know work is being done with Rose Regeneration and other expert outside advisors on that. And I've been involved in supporting that as well. So those are the key elements of the current, what you might call economic recovery, the long-term, how you raise the value of the economy in Hereford and Herefordshire across the whole of the economy over the last few years for me. But there've obviously been several other core things. They may be very small, you know, how to make sure that kids can get into the colleges without being discriminated against when they come in from different parts of the county. They may be very large. The struggle we've had between the council and myself to get local government to pay its proper share of the flooding costs that we've had and the rebuild of the roads around the Y. They may be very long-term issues. I've just basically been trying to knock heads together with Councillor Swinglehurst on the nutrient management plan and trying to get Natural Resources Wales and Natural England and Environment Agency to work with the council and with Powers Council on bringing a genuine energy and drive to getting that phosphates issue cracked, precisely so that we can allow more economic activity to occur, more house building where it's needed, and also support farmers at the same time. So those are some of the things. And then, of course, more recently, we've got COVID and all of the strains that that's imposed on the county. Now, as you might imagine, I've had a pretty ringside seat on the vaccines issue because my beloved wife has been involved in, if I may say so, knocking the ball out of the park on behalf of this country in securing vaccines faster, more effectively, more and in greater quality than virtually anywhere else on the globe. And I'm very pleased that that process is being matched by the speed of vaccination rollout that we're seeing at the moment. I hope no one will pay any attention either to some of the anti-vax misinformation that's been going on and been put around, or to the suggestion that the government is, by spreading out the first doses, not going to follow through with a second dose, or not going to do so within the manufacturer's guidelines, or going to mix and match. None of that is true. And indeed, there's good evidence, good building scientific evidence that a later second dose actually gives you more resistance. So I've had a bit of an inside track on that in terms of seeing that at work, and that's been, I think, very important. As regards my own work, obviously, I've been very intimately involved in the COVID schemes that the Treasury has put in place, and they might include the jobs, the furlough scheme, as well as the self-employment scheme, and a whole bunch of other ones. I would also say that sits alongside a ton of other lobbying that I do to try to make sure that the county is properly represented. And I mean, I defer to you on what you think about the local government settlement, but I think it's, you know, as good as we could have expected under the circumstances, given the incredible pressures on the national budget and the way in which the debt is building up. And I know that there are still going to be tremendous pressures on local budgets, and that's always been the case in Herefordshire, and is going to continue to be the case. And I wish it were otherwise. But the key thing is to make sure that those schemes are paying out properly, being on paid rapidly and quickly, as Andrew's described, and that we're also getting whatever the fairest of possible shakes we can in the recurrent funding settlement. And then the final thing I would say is I'm also responsible in the Treasury for infrastructure, national infrastructure strategy. And so we are putting in place very substantial plans to invest in infrastructure. And I would fully anticipate that the county will want to go back into bat hard on, you know, flooding infrastructure and a whole bunch of other aspects. As you know, the government's been very, very supportive of the county in supporting NMITE to the tune of, as I say, £25 million. That has not been done with a new university project in living memory. So I'm thrilled about that. We're going to need a lot more over time, and it's going to need to be matched by corporate money if we're going to make it really work, because universities are 20 to 30 year projects, but that's all looking quite good. So those are the kinds of things that I've been doing. As you know, I do hundreds of other cases and matters every month, but those are the main themes that I think it's worth touching on now. And of course, I'd be delighted to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Norman, for those comments and for filling us in on various aspects of your work. Much appreciated. And we know you work very hard for your constituents and for Herefordshire as a whole. But we have cabinet members now who, sorry, not cabinet members, committee members who have questions. And the first question comes from Councillor Hewitt.
Good morning, Jesse.
Jenny, hi.
I have a question around the recent good news of an extra 20 million to support businesses in difficulty in the county. And I'm aware that there were over 1,000, circa, you know, I don't know how many, but it's over 1,000 businesses who didn't meet the eligibility criteria for business help for their businesses like farriers, or, you know, peripatetic hairdressers, or you know, small businesses of carers or cleaners, or many of them did not meet the criteria. And I'm wondering whether those eligibility criteria have been extended so that this crazy little enterprising county that you have, with people that, you know, run these very clever businesses out of vans, can get help this time.
Right. Well, thank you, Jenny, for that. As you'll be aware, there are a whole bunch of different schemes, and it's not quite clear from your question as to which schemes you mean. You've got the furlough scheme, and thousands of businesses across the county have benefited from that. And that is all about supporting people who are in work and is back up to its generous level when it started. And there are thousands. I mean, you can't throw a brick in any part of the county without hitting a business that's benefited from the furlough scheme. It doesn't give full coverage. The business has to be able to supply a portion of the pay of the person who's been furloughed, but it's extremely generous, and certainly by international standards, it's one of the most generous schemes in the world. Then you have the self-employment scheme. The self-employment scheme is an income support scheme. It's not about people keeping jobs, it's about supporting their incomes. And the trouble is there are some people who aren't covered by that, and some people don't get the benefit, the largest amount of their income, the 50% of their income or more, from self-employment, and therefore they have other forms of employment. And people sometimes forget that these schemes are really for aimed at people who are vulnerable. And if you are earning over £50,000 in profits in a self-employed business, on average, you have £200,000 worth of sales, and it's hard to classify a person in that position as being genuinely vulnerable. And of course, you may have accrued earnings from previous years. And then but there are others who are not in the scheme because the way to check their status simply is beyond HMRC as we presently have it. And those are people who are the directors of companies and pay themselves through dividends. They've historically not been in the PAYE system, and therefore they don't qualify, or they only qualify to the extent they have been for the CJ, for the furlough scheme through that. And if they've been paying themselves through dividends, it turns out to be extraordinarily difficult for HMRC to get a validated set of information that would allow them to be supported. And so we are doing a lot of work at the moment with those groups to try to make sure that they are covered nationally. We have schemes that they've put forward which don't quite work at the moment, but which we are specifically engaging with. And we take that extremely seriously. So I perfectly take the point you make. And one of the reasons why there has been support given to local councils is to try, and I realise how difficult this is and how much stress it may place on councils, but is to try to offer them at least some local hardship support in the event that the inability to address their needs through the system means that they are actually falling into genuine hardship.
Thank you for that. We have two more questions so far. Councillor Bowes, you had your hand up. Is that gone, or have you had your question answered?
Trace.
I don't know why it disappeared. My hand was still up. Sorry, Chair. Morning, Jesse. Happy New Year. My question is, well, two questions really. Thank you to yourself and Councillor Phillips for the work on the service grant. Good news. But there's a disparity between providing services in urban areas and providing services in rural areas, which I know you're aware of. We need the government to realign the funding so that we get a better share of it. And I know that's been recommended in the fair funding review, so that we wouldn't be living hand to mouth constantly. I wondered if you were backing that, Jesse, the recommendations in the fair funding review, and I'll let you answer that one and then I'll come to my next one.
Okay, good. Twofer, very good, Trace. You two hands up at the same time. That's quite good work. So two things. Look, anyone who knows me will know I've been batting for fair funding for this county since before I was the MP. It's a little bit difficult for me to sign formal petitions because I'm a Treasury Minister and some of my colleagues on the other side of that. But the general rule is, you do these things in the dressing room. If you have your disagreements in the dressing room rather than on the field of play. But believe me, I have been pushing very hard for that. You will be aware that it's an issue the government takes very seriously, not just on the, as it were, public services side as regards the wider, but also specifically on healthcare funding and specifically on education funding. So you can absolutely take it that I am behind that broad agenda.
Thank you. Chair, can I ask another one?
Absolutely, absolutely. Fire away.
It's difficult living hand to mouth, and I'm just worried that when the COVID funding package stops, a number of people are holding off putting people into care homes because of the outbreak, but that means that we'll get more people once this epidemic's over. And I believe in Herefordshire, we've got several independent family-owned nursing homes. Some of those people who own those homes want to retire. And I'm worried where we're going to get the new care homes from, because we don't want people going out of the county. We want more care providers in Herefordshire because we've got an ageing population. But how are the government going to help us with increased cost and demand over the coming years? Because services are under pressure at the moment, lots of them down to COVID related higher costs for looking after children and adults, etc. So I'm just wondering what the government's going to do once this funding is over, because the costs will carry on increasing and will be long term.
Well, I think it's a fantastic question. And I see you've got Steve Vickers on the call. He's forgotten more about this issue than I will ever know. But I would suppose I'd say a couple of things. One is that I certainly am not, and I don't think any minister is unaware of the human impact of the disease. You know, the health impact, the mental health impact, the impact on families, the impact on employment. Believe me, we are, I certainly am, and I get it. And the joy of our system is that ministers aren't just ministers who float off into some, you know, outer space. They are, you know, in their constituencies every week, like me here in Hereford, answering questions and getting it stuck to them by constituents, and rightly so. So I think the I hope I haven't dropped out. No. So the thing I would say is this: government's very keenly aware that there can't be a kind of a hard cutoff at the end of the process. If you look at the way we handled when we were preparing for the possibility that we would be running off the furlough scheme in the autumn. In fact, as you will recall, there was a second lockdown. But if we were preparing to look, we were running it off through a thing called the support scheme, the job support scheme, and that was a gentle step down over a period of time. That's emblematic of the overall approach that I would expect. Can't make any commitments, obviously, to the Chancellor, but the way in which we would step down. We're not going to have a cliff edge. I would not expect. Then the second thing is as regards local provision. I mean, listen, nursing homes, care homes of different kinds are very often, as you will know, family businesses. They pass down to the next generation of the family, or they are sold as an asset to a new buyer. So I'm not sure that we're necessarily going to be looking at a lot less provision, but I mean, experts can comment on this overall. But what I would say is that it's absolutely understood, and it's going to be one of the very big challenges for the next few years for the government to deliver on the commitment that it's made about social care. We've come close in the past, and it's been in previously rather undermined by, you know, the party politics and arguments about how that's going to work. I think we are way past the point in which it is too serious not to engage with the issues. I can't tell you what the correct solution is. Certainly, you know, Andrew Dilnott did a lot of work on this a few years ago, and there were many people who supported that scheme. There are others who feel it should be an extension of the NHS, although that would involve a large increase potentially in taxation. So there's a whole series of different issues there. But what I do think is the government's got to engage with that, and I think that's a view that's shared right up and down government itself. But thank you for the question.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Wilding.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Jesse.
Hello, William. How are you?
Thanks for coming to our meeting. So I'm going to just focus on green issues just for a second. So I'm sure you're aware 9 out of 10 local councils have declared climate emergencies. Our council, just before Christmas, upgraded ours to include ecological in our declaration. But it appears that over 90%, 96% even of local councils are highlighting that funding is a barrier to being able to tackle climate change. And within that, legislation and regulation are some of the things that are holding us back. And then I saw this week, I'm sure you're aware, that the Prime Minister's announcement at the One Planet Summit in Paris, which of course was very welcome. And amongst other things, he highlighted that biodiversity is declining faster than at any other time in human history. And that's not just happening in the rest of the world, of course, it's happening right in front of our eyes in Herefordshire. So I guess what I'm getting to is I notice you also said that the UK is committed to protecting over 30% of our land and ocean by the end of the decade. And I think he was mentioning £3 billion that he was hoping to use to support nature and biodiversity. Now you can see what I'm getting to. I can see my eyes lighting up, the idea there's some money there. So do you think you'll be able to investigate, to lobby, to push government to make sure that they push a substantial amount of that money into Herefordshire? Because, you know, we're hoping we can become one of the major lungs for this country. And one of the things we have a lot of is natural capital, green infrastructure. That's our national green infrastructure, and we'd really like to capitalize on that and push as much funding into that. So that's my sort of question stroke.
Well, I mean, it's you've combined literally the whole of the environment and the ecosphere in that one question, William. So thank you. I would say several things, if I may. First of all, I totally agree with you. I think Herefordshire is potentially a huge long-term winner from this situation, and if we can avoid what you might call the industrial phase of capital development and move straight to the post-industrial green phase, lots of value added, then I think we can potentially do incredibly well. And that's one of the reasons why I've been so focused on things like broadband. You know, why getting Zoom into the city great is a fantastic thing. Why getting the 70-odd thousand homes signed up to fast broadband was important. Why it's good we're rolling out in Ross now. All that, and I'm sure there are other market towns in due course. Or they're not in my patch. I don't know about them. But so I totally agree with that vision. And of course, Herefordshire has historically been, you know, the great bread basket, the great hop basket, everything, you know, you could possibly want from a natural capital standpoint. And if you look at some of the work I've done, just giving some profile to, and I really want to focus on this year, to the idea of a Shires National Park with Councillor Paul Bennett. I think it's a great idea. I think it's one everyone can get behind. I don't think it's something that should ever become, you know, captured by a particular entity. I think it's been great that this council's got behind it, and I look forward to the leadership from other councils as well. So I think that's all good. In terms of the government, I mean, the government's very serious about this. You know, we've got the net zero review process underway. The numbers, I mean, £3 billion isn't remotely going to capture the total costs of this exercise, if I may say so. Let me just touch on a couple of things that we've done. Obviously, we've brought forward the date on electric cars, combustion, phasing out of new combustion cars, etc. That I think is one example. There's a whole bunch of other stuff on the agriculture side, although it needs more flesh on the bone. The work that's been put through in the agriculture bill on public money for public goods, I think is potentially very supportive of the biodiversity agenda, clean air, clean soil, clean water. I think we need to do, I've talked a little bit about phosphates and the work that I've been doing supporting Alyssa on and the council on the nutrient management board. So that's that. Let me just focus on a couple of things very quickly. Because I'm in charge of the national infrastructure strategy, I have a kind of box seat on the way in which that's going to be supporting green development. That is, I think, going to be a very important feature. And as you know, over the next years, we're going to see something like £600 billion worth of capital investment. 300 of that will be on the public side, 300 of that will be from the private sector. It will include hydrogen, it will include much greater levels of electrification, it will include carbon capture and storage, it will include lots of stuff on things like wetlands and peat and trees and all the stuff that I think work really well for us. Now, the way in which lobbying, pressing the government, as I like to think of it, gently leading them into the paths of righteousness. The way that works is very, very variable. I mean, the council and I often work very closely together. Sometimes I only ever hear about it way after the event. The GPs tend to be incredibly effective. Other local organisations very good. I had a stand-up row with the LEP at the beginning of last year because they were thwarting the spending of money on NMITE. So there's a spectrum of cooperation, if you like, and but I always work when I can very closely with the council, and we're going to need to be as smart as we can about where those new opportunities for capital investment open up and how we can build them. Build pictures for them. But I don't think it's going to work if we haven't got that core spine of our enterprise, NMITE, Stronger Towns Fund, which is a very green proposition, by the way, as you may have detected, coming together. It's those things together that give us the value added, that give us the story, that allow us to go out there and get that money. And that's why I think we need to continue to invest in that crucial spine of activity in the county.
Thank you. Next question is from Councillor Matthews.
I think, given the time, excuse me if I say so, I think we should. I mean, I can see Tracy and Jenny up, but I think we should go to Lewis as well, just to make sure we've got all the voices that we can in the conversation, if I may say so, Councillor Lester.
Yes, he's next in the queue.
Brilliant, thank you, Bob.
I thought for a minute, Jesse, you didn't want to listen to me.
No, nothing. Oh, for heaven's sake! My constant joy. How are you, Bob?
Yeah, good morning, Jesse. It's a long time since I've sat alongside you. As you know, I've been a devoted believer of an improved infrastructure to get the local economy going. And you sat alongside me, and we fought for the eastern route, which I think is right and proper. That will be only the most appropriate means and beneficial to the county overall. I know we need other improvements as well, but that in particular. If the council puts up a sound case, and which they appear to go, and everything's moving that way, I'm pleased to say, could you assure us that necessary funding would be found to help us to progress an eastern river crossing? Thank you.
Well, Bob, thanks for the question. You'll recall that I don't think of it as an eastern route because there were two different roads in place and in play here. And I don't think ever really many people outside the council necessarily fully appreciated this. And certainly I had trouble persuading councillors for some time that this was the case. But the Eastern Link Road is not a bypass and never will be a bypass because of the way in which the Lug River catchment is protected. And the protections are increasing there rather than getting smaller. So it is a little road, that one lane each way, which goes from Rotherwas, in my original view, up to the Ledbury Road. And stops, and there's a no left-hand turn on the Ledbury Road, and what it does is it takes the pressure off Edgar Street, and it allows the very active movement into the eastern parts of the city from the south. And don't forget, there's an awful lot of parts of the east that lots of people want to get to, the colleges, the cathedral school, the hospital, the train station, all that stuff. It allows greater access to that. The bypass on the western side is a separate thing, and that has to do with detrunking the A49 in the centre of the city, and historically for the council potentially opening up development land to the south and west of the city. Now, I would love to be able to tell you that the Eastern Link Road would be funded by central government now. When I last looked at it, when the council could have pressed it forward a few years ago, it was a 22 to 25 million pound project at a time when the Western bypass was 140 million pounds. So it's not going to be, I mean, it won't be of that order now, it'll be more expensive, but I would love to be able to say. But I have to tell you that I think it's going to be hard lines. And there's a reason for that, which is that the council's just cancelled the Western bypass. So if you're in the DFT, you're in the Department for Transport, where I spent 2 years protecting the public money against depredation of my colleagues in the Exchequer for that, they're going to say there's going to be a high level of skepticism as to whether the council is serious about this new road, having rejected the 200 million pounds that were lined up for the Western bypass, or whether it isn't serious about it. And if it was serious now, whether it would be serious in future. So I do think that this council has got some serious questions to ask. And of course, there's a further question about whether there may be monies required to be repaid to the LEP from the Southern Link Road. So I just think those kinds of issues are going to have to be solved and addressed and properly explained and widely understood before it's going to be possible to do a job on behalf of the Eastern Link Road, a road I strongly support and would agree with, and I only wish that we'd built 10 years ago.
Jesse, not for the first time, I totally disagree with you. You're totally wrong and ill-informed.
But the difference between you and me, Bob, is I've got to go and get the money. And
Jesse, let me just put you straight.
Excellent.
Eastern Route can be progressed on through to the A49 without touching or having any adverse effect at all on the Lug Meadows or the issues you're referring to. You obviously haven't visited the scene. It can be taken along that Tupsley Ridge and pulled back in a bun form there and heavily landscaped.
I fully understand the point you're making, Bob. Gentlemen, I walked it myself, and I can tell you that if you think that that's going to get past environmental campaigners, I would encourage you to continue to enjoy whatever benefits you are, because that is not going to happen, in my view.
Okay.
I'm just to make it, Chairman, that's your view, Jesse. It's not mine, and it's not the view of the business people and the people of Hereford.
No, stop. That's not true, if I may say so. I don't think there's anyone closer to the aggregate view of business in Hereford. And business in Hereford has always been very supportive of an Eastern Link Road, but there's been a widespread recognition. And indeed, one of the reasons why they were so keen on the Western bypass was because there was a widespread recognition that it was not possible to have a bypass to the east of the city.
Yes, you know, when we
thank you. Thank you, Councillor Matthews. I think we've
just very quickly, Chairman. When we attended the meeting at Rotherham, you and I, 85 to 90% of businesses voted for the east. So
that's because they did so on the basis of the outline plan that I gave them, which was to go to the Ledbury Road. That's absolutely right.
Okay. We're going to Councillor Stark now, but just for clarification, Jesse, the council hasn't made a decision on the bypass schemes. The cabinet has, and that decision of the full council will go to the February meeting.
Okay, I'm sorry. I stand corrected. I'm just
no. The cabinet have decided, but that recommendation is yet to go to full council. So just for clarification, Councillor Stark.
Thank you, Chair, and hello, Jesse. I don't think you know me. I'm the ward member for Ross West. And my interest is in
Lewis.
Ross West.
No, but are you Louis or Lewis?
Louis.
Louis, after my that is Louis Armstrong.
I have some French connections, but I won't go into that.
Very nice.
I'm interested in your comments on economic stimulus, Jesse, and in particular in the way that you can actually get a fair distribution of that stimulus across all parts of the UK, not just the economic centres that already exist. One thing I'm worried about, and you will know this as a Treasury Minister, is that economic centres tend to attract the largest amount of central funding when it comes to economic stimulus. And I just want to draw to your attention that when we had our meeting with the LEP, we actually were encouraging them to form a small towns LEP group for the whole of England. But that has to be matched with funding. I mean, you've mentioned a lot of initiatives that you've been involved in, and we're very grateful in the county for them, but they're tending to go to Hereford. Even the 7 million you mentioned for Ross is investment that was already earmarked for Ross that's been redirected. Welcome indeed. But what I'm trying to ask you today is, can you go away and see how you as a Treasury Minister and you as a Treasury team can do more to stimulate the economies of the small towns across England that do tend to get forgotten about?
Louis, thank you so much for the question. And let me just say a couple of things. First of all, there are good reasons and bad reasons why historical investment tends to flow into cities. And the 300-year experience of major cities is that they are the economic drivers of growth. But it's vital to understand that they are not the only drivers of economic growth, and they are not the drivers of local economic well-being and social well-being. And it's absolutely been part of the government's view as part of its levelling up agenda to level up between towns and cities and to level up between rural and urban. And so if you look at the work the Treasury's done recently, my colleague, the Chief Secretary, has led on this, on the Green Book. The Green Book are the formal government rules of investment which public projects have to abide by. And they have been very specifically tweaked to address the concern that you're making, that there's somehow a natural intrinsic bias only to support existing economic activity. And I think that could be very helpful for us in the longer term. The other thing I would say is I totally agree with you about the need to involve the market towns and get more investment into them. I have been talking for months with figures in Ross, in fact, years for figures in Ross about how to pull together the many plans that they have had over the years into a single thing that we could fund or raise money for at the kind of £5 to £10 million level. Now, that work, I'm pleased to say, has now been picked up in a different form through the council, through the work it's doing with Roads Regeneration. I think it ought to be possible to bring that historic experience, the Ross Town Plan and stuff together. And if we can put it into a wider towns initiative, as it has been done, I would be very supportive of that. I only have one of the 5 market towns in Herefordshire in my patch, but I'd be very supportive of that because I take a county-wide view. When we think about the Stronger Towns Fund, one of the things I have already lodged with ministers, and I think there may be some interest in this, is for them to think about the next tier down of funds in a new Stronger Towns program that might begin in a year or two once this one has worked its way through the system, in order precisely to open up that kind of development opportunity and well-being opportunity into our small towns and our county towns. And I think that would be our market towns. I think that would be a tremendous opportunity for us in Herefordshire, whichever of the towns is successful. And I think we should absolutely be continuing to lobby for that. And I will be continuing to lobby for that.
Thank you very much. The next question is,
sorry,
two more questions, and then
if I don't go.
Yeah, 2 more questions, Jesse, and then I think we can.
Okay, they're going to be 1-minute questions because I'm literally.
Understood. Councillor Bowes, can you make your question very prompt, please?
Settlement agreements, can we do them 2 to 3 years rather than 1 year to give us more time to plan? That's as quick as I could get it.
That's brilliant. I would love that. It's a hard row to hoe, but I think that's well understood by. It's an MHCLG issue rather than Treasury issue, but I think it's well understood. On the SR, this year we had to have 1 year because the fiscal aggregates are all over the place and no one quite knows what the, certainly the OBR, the Independent Office of Budget Responsibility, doesn't know what the future forecast is. The fan is very wide. When we get some more clarity into the wider picture, and certainly I think there's a hope that that will be by the end of this year, we'll be able to start planning on a longer term basis for the settlements, for spending reviews for that part of settlements.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Hewitt, just time for 1 more question, please.
It's broad, but I hope it's quick. You had a glowing response on green issues to Councillor Wilding, and I got really excited. And then we had a situation where there was no funding, no business case, no planning permission. So in regard to the Western Bypass, what was there to cancel?
Well, I think you need to take that up with the councillors. My job, Jenny, has been to preserve the capital so that when the bid was finally received by DFT, it was in a position to fund it. Now, the submission of the bid is the culmination of a process of several years of discussion and engagement between the council and first its constituency stakeholders, and then for several years with Department for Transport. So the actual submission of the bid is the very end of a long process as well as the beginning of another process. And I'll leave it to your colleagues and former colleagues to tell you what the state of that bid was. What I can tell you is that the credibility that we had from having led Department of Transport officials and ministers forward for several years in the expectation that they were going to have a project to fund and then it dropping off the key, that has not been a way of building credibility with central government. And it's important for the council to understand that and for the cabinet to be aware of the implications of the decisions it takes, just as it's important for me to be held accountable in my job as minister and as MP.
Thank you very much, Jesse.
May I come back very briefly?
Yes, Councillor Hewitt, if you're brief,
please. There's a general point for me in all of this, and that is that my concerns about the purported green agenda of the government is that we're going to allow massive damage on one side and then say, oh, we'll plant some trees and mitigate. And it's got to be thoroughgoing or not. And that's really my point.
Right. Okay.
Well, I've touched on that already. The plans are already in progress, well underway in many cases, and huge on a scale never previously attempted in this country. So I think, you know, we have to see those through. But if we do, I think we can have a measure of optimism. I'm going to go now. Thank you. It's been very good to see you.
Can I just say to Jesse, Norman, thank you very much for all the contributions that you've made today and for answering all of the questions. It's been really helpful and I think appropriate in the context of the decisions that we're having to make and the scrutiny function that this committee is having to make. Appreciate you're busy and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Councillor Harrington, but Mr. Norman was pressing.
Okay, no, thank you, Chairman. I was just going to ask you if I had a right to reply on some of the, in my opinion, confusion that the MP was suffering from, but we can deal with that at a later time. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think it's if you think there's some confusion, I think it's important to raise that at a time so that's clarified. But if you don't mind at this stage, we'll press on. Right, and next on, well, thank you to the committee for those questions to the MP. I think that was very helpful. The next part of the meeting, I'd like to invite the Director of Economy and Place, Mr. Ball. Do you have any specific comments you would like to make on the budget before the Scrutiny Committee raises their questions and issues?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I'm not going to run through the presentation slides in the papers, but I'll make a brief statement and then obviously move on to the remainder of the discussion, if that's okay, Chair. Yeah, okay. So obviously the Economy and Place Directorate provides a very wide range of services essential to communities, focused on supporting communities, protecting and enhancing built and natural environment, and supporting the growing of the local economy. And there's been a lot of discussion about that this morning already. In a normal year, the Directorate would be see us processing around 4,000 planning applications, for example, collecting 85,000 household waste collections, looking after 2,000 miles of roads across the county, transporting 4,000 young people to education and welcoming of the order of 500,000 people and visitors to our libraries. So yeah, that's in addition. So in addition to that, also providing those essential services that people use day to day. We also annually, each year, deliver a major programme of capital investment across a wide range of projects in the capital programme, including maintaining the transport network, improving the environment, and supporting the creation of new jobs, education and cultural opportunities. I mean, reflecting on in the past year, obviously, despite the pandemic, we've sought to do everything possible to maintain those essential services, and still made significant progress with capital projects, some of which have already been mentioned today and are referred to in some of the papers. So that's included continued investment in asset maintenance, the completion of the Shell store, so providing 2,000 square metres of business space at the enterprise zone, a new Midlands Cyber Security Centre working with Wolverhampton University, and the provision of the student accommodation at Station Approach to support HCA and NMITE. You know, very much part of our agenda to support those projects. In addition to all that, the Directorate has responded tremendously to the pandemic, including maintaining those frontline services, redesigning them to be COVID safe and online, and supporting outbreak control and enforcement, as well as putting in place that support for communities and businesses that has been we've kind of talked about already with the MP. Within the agenda pack this morning, There are a set of slides in Appendix B which set out the key challenges and issues for the Directorate, and also present an overview of the revenue savings proposals required to support the budget proposals coming forward, as set out in paragraph 16 of the covering report. The priorities for the Directorate going forward are very much around developing that vibrant local economy, supporting the economic recovery from COVID, creation of new jobs and training opportunities, delivering quality, sustainable, affordable housing, with the commitment that the Council has made to providing housing itself. Supporting the city and market towns with the economy, as touched on with the MP around both the Stronger Towns initiative and working with the market towns, and also the enterprise zone. Secondly, seeking to protect the environment and respond to the climate and ecological emergency, reducing our own carbon emissions, seeking to enhance and protect local habitats, and addressing the issues of phosphates in the rivers, which was also referred to earlier. So those are very much part of our priorities. And thirdly, pushing forward to address the transport and sustainable mobility agenda, pushing forward with the transport strategy for Hereford, supporting low carbon and active travel, maintaining highways and improving rural access. The savings proposals outlined do present a significant challenge, but the focus of those savings have been focused on the themes of using partners more effectively, where possible, exploiting technology, driving savings from the buildings that we own and the community assets, market intervention where that can deliver savings, streamlining the business, and also income generation. And there's details of that set out in the papers. I think it's also worth referencing that the papers also include in paragraph 12, and has been mentioned around transport already, there is proposals for the use of one-off funding to support sustainable transport activity, which would enable the council to move forward with proposals, including those around following the Hereford Transport Review that was undertaken last year. The papers also refer to new capital funding requests, and there are a number of those which relate to the Directorate, which members may wish to consider, relating to investment and maintenance of the estate, addressing and rectifying the issues with the Shire Hall, to bring that back into use, extraordinary highway maintenance to address the backlog, to help to address the backlog of maintenance, and also investment in the winter fleet. And also it's worth highlighting investment in air quality monitoring to ensure that we understand the impact that that's having on communities in Hereford. Together with these and the existing capital programme, they will support making a significant contribution to the priorities and also the delivery of the county plan. I think, Chair, that's probably enough by way of introduction. Obviously, we're happy to take questions on the papers as that becomes appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Bowes, you did have your hand up. Has it disappeared again? Did you wish to ask a question?
I have got several questions. My hand, I hadn't touched it, but I can ask a question, yes, if that's okay, Chair.
If it's specifically to Mr. Ball's comments, and then because what I intend to do,
but I can wait for them. It wasn't,
okay,
so I'm not sure why my hand was up.
Oh, okay. But what I intend to do, if I could just clarify with the committee, what we intend to do now, we've heard from the Director of Economy and Place, Mr. Ball. I was going to invite the Leader of the Council to see if he wished to make any comments at this stage, and then also the Cabinet Member for Finance, Councillor Harvey. And then after we've heard them, I think it's important that we also hear from the chairs of the respective scrutiny committees, Councillor Swinglehurst, and then Councillor Gandy, and then we'll open it up to the general debate where you can all ask your questions, if that's okay. So if the committee are happy to just hold on for now, if we can go to the Leader of Council, Councillor Hitchener.
Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity. We live in exceptional times, and we're in this together to try to do the very best for the county. We must produce a balanced budget, and thank you for the officers for having gone through a process to enable us to get to where we currently are. On a revenue perspective, we are going to be suggesting a 4.99% increase in council tax. That is higher than inflation. It's not a good thing for people in the community to be asking them for more money. But so on the income side, we are pushing for the maximum that we are allowed to go for, and we're also looking at new ways of or additional ways of increasing income. So kind of from the income perspective, we're trying to get as much money in as we can. From the expenditure side, we have to cut back. So it's quite slightly unusual situation. We're getting more money coming in, but we're also having to cut back. So to Councillor Matthews' point about greater efficiencies maybe within the council, and you know, where we're only being paid 70%, well, are we less efficient than other councillors? Well, we are pushing to become more effective, more efficient within Mr. Ball's directorate. Our proposals to be more efficient, and so it's a bizarre position as I see it, that we're asking to increase revenue, but at the same time we're cutting back on costs, and that's a very appropriate approach, I think. There are no easy decisions. This is a difficult time, and we have to face up with them as an administration to present this budget. So we as an administration do welcome contributions from this committee, and we'll be interested to listen to what ideas you have, and making appropriate challenges. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Harvey, would you like this opportunity to make some comments at this stage?
Yes, I will do, Chairman, although it is a little bit of a surprise compared to the running order we were advised of. But yeah, I'm happy to speak at this point. The is a challenge this year. We all know that we've been through 12 months almost of pandemic, and that there's been a tremendous response from the council and all of our staff in dealing with the very many different challenges that we faced. But the consequence of that is that we have some sustained pressures that, particularly on the social care side of things, we are needing to address in this budget. And there are also a number of areas of economy and place, particularly where hard work has gone on this year in trading standards and environmental health, and of course on the income generation side of things, where we have not generated the income from car parks and from other traded services that we would normally expect to in a standard year. And it's prudent for us to reflect on the experience of the last 12 months and to prepare for the possibility and probability of continued difficult times ahead. I think one of the things that we've been really keen to ensure, as we have looked to accelerate transformational change programs, to deliver services in new ways, and to make efficiencies and savings, and to find ways of generating additional and new income streams for the council, that we have also made significant provision for people that we expect to be facing hardship as a consequence of the problems that we've all experienced over the last year. Increasing the council tax discount from 85 to 100%, is an important move for us. We think that that's the right thing to do, and also to make significant additional provision for a fund to assist people who are needing additional support, but fall outside of the of qualifying for the discount schemes. That for us was something that we put to the public through the consultation process, and I hope, although we haven't had the opportunity to step through the presentation slides summarising the budget in this meeting so far, that members will have been able to take a moment to take a look at the slide pack presentation, where there is an indication of the high-level feedback that we've got from the public consultation, which does support us making these sorts of additional provisions. And interestingly, also supports voluntary additional contributions and the possibility of launching a county-wide lottery to help to fund special one-off projects. I think that really just indicates what a very special community we have here in Herefordshire, and the degree to which people recognise the importance and the value to us as a society of all pulling together and helping in the many different ways in which we can to see one another and all of us together through these difficult times. So I'd like to take the opportunity at the front end of this of thanking officers, not just from Richard Ball's directorate, which is the focus of the scrutiny meeting today, but also across the other two directorates that have also had their scrutiny meetings, for the huge amount of thought and careful consideration that's been given to making the savings proposals that have been made. And I really look forward to the kind of questions and the suggestions and ideas that come from the committee's work here today.
Very much, Councillor Harvey. And then finally, we go to the chairs of the other scrutiny meetings, the children's and the adults communities scrutiny meetings that met earlier on in the week. And in no order of preference, perhaps alphabetical, Councillor Gandy, do you have any comments for us?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I think you will see from the recommendations, which I believe you've received, that we recognise the work that improvement that has gone on in children's services over the last 2 years, but we also recognise the fact that there are a lot of challenges ahead of us. And we also are grateful for the increase in the additional base budget for children's services, and that is very, very welcome. And like Councillor Harvey mentioned, we acknowledge the efforts of members of staff and officers in putting the budget together, but I think we also recognise the massive task that children's services have had to deal with over the last 10 months with regards to COVID, and that will continue. And I think we placed on record at the meeting our thanks for all the work that's been going on. You will note, however, that our concerns regarding the target of savings on foster carers in a looked after children report brought to our last scrutiny meeting, we were advised that we had 22 young people in residential care who could move to foster carers, but we had no foster carers available to allow this to happen. And we were also advised in July 2020 that due to the impact of COVID, a number of foster carers who were older or had underlying health issues or both were reluctant to carry on during the pandemic. And this was making it even more difficult for us to place young people. Even before COVID, we were advised that in normal times, each year, a number of foster carers retire due to age or changing circumstances. And then in 2019-20, there had been 13 resignations. We accept this is obviously a similar scenario across the country. We noted also from a report in July that we had recruited 29 foster carers. And that compared with 37 that had been recruited in 2018-19. So the situation was already becoming more difficult. Cabinet did agree in December to increase the allowances to foster carers and to offer them a 100% reduction in their council tax, an action which we welcomed. But it was far too early for us to tell whether this will in fact produce anything like the extra foster carers that are identified in the Directorate Savings Plan. And I think that's been confirmed by the forthcoming decision notice concerning the marketing for foster carers, which is part of the budget process, which was published yesterday, which shows the reduction, significant reduction of foster carers, in-house foster carers within Herefordshire. The plan is for an increase of 30 foster carers per year for the next 5 years, and this is over and above the replacement for those resigning. Therefore, to achieve an increase of 30 per annum, we would need to recruit nearly 45. This may become achievable over time, but we believed it was an unrealistic figure for the year 21 to 23, and that a more realistic target should be set. We presume that if this target is not met, this will also impact on the £1 million proposed saving from the step-down process. We understand entirely the importance of being able to produce a balanced budget by identifying future savings rather than making cuts in services. But these savings do have to be realistic, and we were yet to be convinced that in those two areas they were. Budgets should provide realistic savings, and we do not think that the £200,000 savings from increasing that level of in-house foster carers was a figure that could be identified as a saving when the measures we are putting in place to achieve this were only agreed about 3 weeks ago. And as yet we have no evidence to support this. We're still quite a long way also from the end of this pandemic. For that reason, our recommendation was to reconsider the figure of 30 extra foster carers in years 21-23, whilst recognising that this, by making this recommendation, this will have an impact upon the overall revenue budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gandhi. And can I just check that all committee members of the Scrutiny Committee have got the update on the recommendations from the 2 scrutiny meetings, because they are on the council website. Thank you for that, Councillor Gandhi. Councillor Swinglehurst, Chairman of Adult Scrutiny.
Thank you, Chairman. So the recommendations, hopefully you will have them. They came forward as a supplement, but I'm going to just briefly frame those recommendations. That I think it's important to establish that the Adults and Community Directorate have a really good track record and earned and absolutely deserve a high degree of confidence in their savings proposals. The Directorate, in using the strengths-based approach, are delivering services that are person-centred, and it's important to make the distinction, and it was made during the meeting, that this is not about doing less, it's about doing more with less, and that's really important to bear that in mind. The committee acknowledged the extreme difficulty, I think it was referenced earlier about forecasting. It's really setting a budget at the moment is so difficult, and we absolutely acknowledge the pressures, and the level of unknown unknowns are very high. There was a level of discussion around trying to get a narrative to explain the adult social care precept element of the council tax in a way that that the public will understand, and it is quite challenging. I think we're still not quite there, because the report that was before the committee stated that the 3% adult social care precept would be equivalent to £1 million, whereas in fact it's £3 million, but there are other things to take into account. And the narrative around this is really quite hard to get right. And the committee were very anxious that the public should have a clear understanding as to how the adult social care precept works and the cumulative nature of that precept over time, so they can see that element of the council tax is not just sort of going into general expenditure, and that they have clear sight on it. Clarification. It is difficult, I think, to set the level of detail to come forward in the budget. So there were one or two requests for further clarification, or for bringing knowledge that we had, viz. Say the market position statement and how that would affect the outcomes. So those clarifications were the reduction in council tax base. Things already been mentioned a couple of times in this meeting, that there was a level of concern about where there is a tipping point, which has already been touched on this meeting. And I'm very pleased that we have good measures in place to support families that are struggling with their council tax. But nevertheless, as the council tax ask increases, then there will be increased pressure on those families and increased likelihood that they will be requiring support. So that there's, is there a tipping point? There was a level of concern around that. One of the main areas of savings is around the learning disability services. Mr. Smith gave us some very good examples of how that will be achieved, and these are, I would say, service improvements. So it's there's sensible rationalisation going on there, but nevertheless, the committee will be cited on that as a full scrutiny in terms of the operational delivery at a later meeting. But we had no concerns about them as presented. There was a level of concern about the phasing of any change, particularly for that cohort, so that there isn't any cliff edge change or anything that will produce particular challenge. We were reassured on that point. There was a last minute point of order to £330,000 of savings that had been identified due to a High Court judgment. The alternative proposals were not in a state to come forward to the committee at that point, which is perfectly understandable since the decision had only just been taken. And it is my expectation that a more worked up set of alternatives or alternative proposal will come forward to the committee at a later date, although we were given a broad overview of what those alternatives might be. So I don't have any, I think that there's a high degree of confidence that the savings are achievable, but it's exactly how that will come forward is yet to be fully worked through. There were concerns again also that I think this has been raised previously in this meeting about cliff edge changes where, say, there's an end of furlough and what impact that might have to the well-being of people. And finally, and I think really importantly, the committee wanted to acknowledge and pay tribute to the outstanding contribution that is made by volunteers and community groups, particularly at this.
Jen, it was completely down on the YouTube channel as well.
We're now live, Chair.
Right, okay, thank you for that. And just after a short recess, we recommence the General Scrutiny Committee meeting that is now being streamed live. And can I just check that all committee members can see and hear me? Yeah. Right, okay then. Right, now we have the general part of the meeting where committee members can ask their questions of cabinet members and officers. And I'm pleased to note that we're also joined by Councillor Gemma Davis, who's just joined us. So, Councillor Davis, you can see and hear us, I take it?
I can. I've got to leave in about half an hour, but apologies.
Okay, but you're most welcome for your attendance meanwhile. And right, so the first question we have, in order that I'm being presented here, is from Councillor Wilding.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess this is to Richard Ball and perhaps to John Harrington. So given that our objective, one of the massive objectives of this council is to introduce the new Herefordshire transport strategy, can we be assured that there is enough money to actually push that strategy forward at the pace that it needs to go, so that you know, we can show the people of Herefordshire that we really are making some changes for their benefit and for the benefit of the ecology of Herefordshire. And I'm sure there has been mentioned the idea of perhaps using the new homes bonus to put some money in the coffers to do that. Is that something that's definitely going to happen? Are we definitely sure we've got the money to do it? Because using the new homes bonus for that would be sort of killing two birds with one stone, although I realise that's not perhaps the best analogy when you're talking about ecology, but you know, we're going to allow there to be servicing new homes, and we're also going to be supporting our environmental aims. So that's my question. Thanks.
Mr. Ball.
Thank you. I'll respond first, and then Councillor Harrington may want to come in. So you, in answer to the question, the proposal to use the new homes bonus monies is as per the report. So it's a proposal at this stage. It's subject to obviously the decision-making process on the budget. The taking forward the transport strategy for Hereford and the county is a very sizable task that will take place over a number of years, but the funding proposed in this budget enables or would enable significant progress to be made in the coming year to move forward on the proposals that the administration wish to take forward, and that would be complemented by the existing capital programme and other elements that are in process to support active travel measures. It's fair to say that taking forward the whole of the strategy is likely to require central government funding to enable delivery of all elements, and the funding that the council has or that is being proposed here would enable the development of appropriate business cases and bids to government as and when they become available, and to make that case very strongly for the investment that Herefordshire needs.
Councillor Harrington, did you want to come in?
I do, but I'm sorry, my video is not working, Mr. Chairman. I apologise.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So, Councillor Wilding, I mean, the way that projects are funded and the way that projects are developed is that councils are expected to do the initial development work out of their revenue budgets. We all know how much we're struggling with reductions in central government grants, and actually, you know, I appreciated Mr. Norman being here, but I don't think anyone asked him the question about if we were going to get a return of decent, sustainable, consistent revenue like the revenue support grant. So we have to develop plans out of revenue until we get to a point where we can apply for capital, and we hope we can do that quickly. Any money that the committee feels that we might be able to use would be extremely helpful. We have a change of direction in many ways. We had a previous administration that concentrated on one transport policy, essentially, in terms of large solutions, which was major road projects. we are looking at responding to the Conservative National Government's desire for us to concentrate on modal shift and public transport, to look at unlocking land, to look at tackling issues of resilience with the second bridge crossing in the east. And we will have to do a lot of that work. Some of it's been done before, but we'll have to do a lot of work out of revenue. So any support we can get to get an extra officer in, or to get decent, thrifty consultants in to help us, would be extremely helpful. We've got a real serious issue. We need to come up with strategy that's going to last. We need to come up with good plans that are going to last us. We've just gone through an extraordinary period of transformation in the way that we move. It is a temporary issue with COVID, but it shows us the way that we are going to work. The very fact that we are on the phone, not on the phone, but on the computer to each other now, shows us that we need to think of different strategy, and that will require resource. So a little bit of extra help would be very, very helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. Next question is from Councillor Stark.
Chair, I have a number of questions. How do you want to handle this? One question at a time.
It's entirely up to you, but I mean, if you want to do it by themes, then you may want to ask specific questions of various people and then wait. It's entirely up to you. But
yeah, well, my first general question is to the leader, and it's around the issues of equity in this budget setting. I noticed that the share of the economy in place budget has dropped from 19% in 2021 to 16% in 21-22. I realise that some of that is meant to be offset by increased charges, additional charges, some asset transfers, some devolvement of services to towns and parishes. But given that this is the one area where many of our residents interact with us, where many of our residents access our services, where many of our residents have complaints about the level of service they already get, that I'm very concerned, Chair, that we, in trying to come up with a balanced budget, that economy in place has seemed to have taken such a big hit. Now, that may be unavoidable because of our statutory duties elsewhere, but I think this committee needs to at least draw that to the attention of the leader and the cabinet, and to understand the impact that's going to have on our residents in a way which will not be fair and will not be felt fairly across the county. So I would like to ask the question of whether that was a deliberate action by the cabinet or whether it's just an outcome of the decisions that have been taken.
Councillor Hitchener, did you want to answer?
Yes, perhaps I'll ask Councillor Harvey to comment as well, if I may. It's a very good question, Councillor Stark. When we started this process, we thought the gap was going to be much more. So it's 11 million now. We started off with 16 million, and that was going to be even more damaging to the Economy in Place Directorate. We obviously have statutory duties in the other departments, so we have much more choice over what to spend money on in Economy in Place. But you mentioned equity, and of course we're supposed to be having a levelling up approach. So to my mind, in one meaning of the term equity, we need to be helping the poor more, which is through, I think, the adults and the children. So that's where a lot of those costs go. So I'm sure, I think I know where you come from with social issues and that kind of thing. But actually, in terms of the immediate issues for people, I think they're actually, the money should be spent mostly in the areas which we are protecting more. But it's a very difficult balancing act, because we as a community, we want to increase the wealth. So we want to encourage industry which provides more money for the social. We can't have a declining economy, but it's a very Councillor Stark, it's an incredibly difficult balancing act. If you as a committee have ideas for spending more money on economy and place and cutting elsewhere, we'd be interested to hear that sort of thing. But as I outlined at the beginning, we're at the maximum amount of increasing income. We're going for 4.99%. We can't go any higher than that without going out for a national for a county-wide ballot. And we're looking at how we can generate more income. That's something we need to do. But at the same time, because of the pressures on the other areas, which there aren't the pressures in economy and place, which comes from the obvious needs of society, so there's more freedom, unfortunately, in a way, in economy and place. So I don't know whether Councillor Harvey wanted to add to that.
Councillor Harvey?
Yes, thank you, Leader, and thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Stark, for the question. Yes, it's this. We've got to put a budget together that works for the council and for the county in terms of our legal responsibilities and, as the Leader has already said, in terms of being fair across the board, considering the people who are most vulnerable in our society. Council tax and business rates, for that matter, are forms of local taxation. And I think, as evidenced by the very generous and open-hearted themes that have come through in the comments that people have made in the public consultation and in the very thoughtful Zoom discussion groups that we had during the consultation period, people in Herefordshire do seem to recognise that, you know, we're all in this together, and this is about putting a budget together that delivers the kind of society in Herefordshire that we want. And it's not necessarily a case of saying, I'm putting so much in and therefore I'm expecting to be able to see that I get my fair whack back out again. And unfortunately, in Economy and Place Directorate, there are all the services that touch us every single day: street lighting and street cleaning and road maintenance and you know, the environmental health and trading standards, and you know, all of the services that relate to waste and waste management and collection, to name but a few. But they are part of a bigger picture that the entirety of this budget represents. And unfortunately, you know, we are seeing that there is a larger proportion of the total savings to be made coming from Economy and Place. What is good is that the other two directorates are already some way down the road in delivering on their respective transformational change programmes. And both children's and adults have, for a number of years now, been working towards delivering their services in a different way. And we're hoping that some of the learning from that can now be applied in terms of looking at how we deliver services in a new way in Economy and Place. And as Councillor Swinglehurst said earlier, you know, this isn't about doing less with less. This is about trying to do the same or more with less. And it's a really tough gig, but you know, that's what we're trying to do here. And as the Leader said, if there are suggestions from committee members or indeed from political groups as to improvements that we could make in what we're proposing, we're absolutely open to that. This is, you know, a council hopefully of all the talents, and you know, if there are suggestions and ideas that we've not come up with, now is absolutely the time to share them with us, and we've got the time just to have a look at them. So really pleased to hear any suggestions that you've got, but rest assured, as an entire budget, we do have to go through an equality assessment. and to make sure that we are not, in putting this budget together, acting in a way which disadvantages sections of our community that have important protected characteristics. So, you know, from that point of view, we will have our budget tested and make sure that it is as fair as it possibly can be.
Thank you. Councillor Stark, you had other questions.
Yes, I have. I just want to make one comment. Councillor Harvey, I wasn't talking about equality, I was talking about equity, which is slightly different in terms of making sure that the budget impact has a fair sort of spread across all of our council taxpayers. I mean, I do accept that with equality, we have to make sure it's not disadvantaging certain of our poorer parts of our community. But I'll leave it there. The second question I want to ask is to Richard Ball. Richard, as councillors, we're often told we don't have enough resources in environmental health and trading standards, in planning and all the various other areas that you're responsible for in terms of enforcement. I'm very concerned whether this budget is going to actually cause a deterioration in our ability to be able to enforce the decisions that we take, because it seems to me that there's no point taking decisions if we don't follow them up and actually enforce them. And I would like your comment on whether you think this reduction from 19% to 16% in the overall share of economy in place will actually have a deterioration in the way that we can enforce the decisions that we take.
So I suppose in terms of the proposals within that have been put forward, there's no specific proposals around reductions in enforcement activity. Clearly, what we have to do is prioritise where we target the existing enforcement resource, and there's not a proposal to grow that. You shouldn't see a deterioration in the level of enforcement that we're able to do as part of these proposals. Now, what we will have to do is to look very carefully around the priorities, and as we redesign and transform the directorate, make sure that the services are operating as efficiently as possible to ensure that we're able to carry out the appropriate enforcement alongside all the other activities we need to do.
Thank you. Councillor Hewitt next.
Sorry, Chairman, could I just interrupt briefly on a point of order? I know Councillor Davis can only attend for so many minutes. I have a couple of questions for her. So could I be bumped up the list at some point when's appropriate?
Councillor Hewitt, you're next to speak. Would you allow Councillor Bowes to ask her question?
The same goes for me, Chairman, as well.
Well, there you go. Councillor Bowes, ask away. In actual fact, I have a question for Councillor Davis too. So that's a great point to raise as Vice Chair. So Councillor Bowes, over to you.
Thank you,
Chairman, as well.
Okay. I have a concern about the proposed reduction of hours for the household recycling centres. How will the reduction in hours be implemented, and what assurance can be provided that it won't increase evidence or incidents of fly tipping? We've got several groups like Hereford Community Cleanup Group who go out litter picking on a regular basis, collect massive amounts of litter. How much does this littering and fly tipping cost the council each year? And what can we do to discourage this unnecessary and frankly antisocial behaviour?
Thanks for that, Councillor Bowes. Yeah, so I know that anytime we talk about waste and any type of reduction, that's always likely to get people listening and getting people worried. What I can say, which I don't think will provide any kind of assurance, but just to let you know how much it took to get to this decision, is that one of the proposals was to remove one site from our schedule entirely. Now, I know that I've spoken previously with Councillor Stark around that levelling up agenda and making sure that people in the market towns have access to the same services that they do in the city. So that wasn't favourable for me because it would have meant a whole site closing. So instead, the the move is made to reduce hours. Now that hasn't been worked up yet, so it could mean a variety of things. It could mean perhaps opening an hour later in the winter hours. It could be across a wide variety of options available to us. So I wouldn't want to commit to anything at the moment. What I would say is that our whole ethos now is about reuse. So what we need to be doing is stopping the waste from going to those sites in the first place. And I'm really grateful to the Task and Finish group, the Waste Task and Finish group, for pushing forward with that agenda and saying, let's have different centres available, workshops where people can reuse goods rather than allowing them to get into that waste stream at all. So that's where I want the focus to be on. What I will also say is around the community cleanup group. So they're absolutely incredible. The work that they do is just incredible, and the pride for the local community. And I have been having meetings with BBLP and the Stop the Drop teams to look at how can we regenerate that whole scheme again, so that we're able to make people have more pride in the areas that they live. So a lot of the times you'll see that there's a litter bin and a can is put next to the litter bin. There's space in the litter bin, but it still gets put on the floor. So we need to do something around that culture. And I think some things such as donation points and getting money back for your waste might help with that. And what I would say is that waste streamline, I would argue, isn't one that would have been going to a household recycling centre anyway. They wouldn't have been walking to any of our sites. That would have already been going into a bin. So I don't see the reduction in the hours making that difference. But of course, we'll keep it under review all the time. The figures that you asked for, Councillor Bowes, I'll have to get back to you. I don't have them off the top of my head, sorry.
Okay, and I just got one more question about the Shire Hall. So the budget shows a provision of 850,000 for work on the Shire Hall roof and ceilings. As far as I'm aware, we've had 3 ceiling collapses now, and I understand that we've got a duty to check the buildings and ensure work's carried out, especially on those that are listed. But have we been doing these checks? And if so, why didn't they highlight the issue with the other 2 ceilings? And is 850 going to be enough? Because we've had massive overspends on buildings like Blue School before, and I want an assurance that this has been properly costed and also will be closely project managed to make sure that costs don't spiral out of control.
Really grateful being able to answer those questions, and very similar to what I asked when it first came to light about the ceiling collapse at Shire Hall. There's a very long, convoluted politician's answer, and then there's the real answer is that no, we haven't been doing the checks to the standard that's required, in the sense that basic condition surveys of buildings have been done. Now that's through a variety of reasons, but mostly related to the budget. We don't have the money to be able to do a lot of those full condition surveys on all of our buildings. Within the budget, you will see that there are capital requests for those type of surveys to be carried out on our buildings, and the team have made that an absolute priority. And the team are also working from being a reactive way of dealing with property asset management into a proactive way of managing our assets. And until we get to that point, we are going to have things like this, especially on our listed buildings. Had there have been a full condition survey, the likelihood that we may have been able to see that there was damage underneath the suspended ceiling for that particular building. Reference the amount. We have our Blue School House recommendations, and we have a criteria that we have to work to. So any spends will have to go through formal governance processes, and I'm positive that Andrew Lovegrove will be all over that. So yes, we can put it as an amount, and we've got proper costings for it. However, you know as well as I do, if anything does need to be more or less, if you need more money, then we would have to go through a proper governance process. It wouldn't be that simply we just wrote the check. And the final one was around, what was the other final bit around?
Project management.
Project management, yeah. So the council are fully behind doing project management on anything like this. This is a substantial amount of money, so there would be full project management on it. Richard, did you want to add anything else?
You've covered it, Councillor Davis, but yes, I can assure you that proper governance will be followed, and project management in accordance with the new corporate approach will be followed.
Councillor Durkin, I believe your question was for Councillor Davis. Is that correct?
It is, Chairman. I've got a couple of questions, but apropos what Councillor Davis explained just now, thank her very much for that. I would refer her attention to Appendix C, Building and Community Assets in Box 2, where it says, reduce the amount of household recycling centres to encourage waste minimisation. So it definitely states in this budget proposal that a site is closed. What does waste minimisation mean in regard to this? So it's a case of it's in the budget to shut a centre, and yet we're being told it's not being shut. It's reduced in hours. Thank you, Chairman.
Richard, could you clarify that one, please?
Can I just say, in the covering report, it says reduce opening of household wastes recycling centres. And then in Appendix C, the wording is different and it says reduce the number of household waste recycling centres. So the problem has arisen because there's an inconsistency between the comments made in the covering report and the comments made in Appendix C. Now, Councillor Davis has clarified what they're actually looking at is a reduction of hours rather than, so I think the wording is the issue that has been the problem rather than the policy. But the one general point that I would make in response is that I think it would be important to reassess the booking system, because I don't think the booking system has created the order that you think it has. All it has really done is dissuaded people from using it. That's why you've seen a more orderly approach, because people make multiple trips to the tip, especially if they live locally close to it. They don't make one journey per session. So if you're going to restrict the hours and still keep the booking system, I still think the issue about people not recycling or taking their waste to the appropriate licensed place is happening. And secondly, people think that the material they're taking to the tip is being reused because there's the recycling element at the tip. So I think, you can't reuse building rubble. You've got to take it to the tip, and people think that it will be reused once it's taken to the tip. So I don't think all of the solutions mean that you don't take your trip to the tip. And the point is, if you are dissuading people from doing that, you're just storing up problems elsewhere. So I don't know, Councillor Davis, if you wish to comment, but I think the confusion is because of the way it's been worded.
Yeah, and I'll take any advice from Richard, but I think that is a mistake on the papers that needs to be removed. And that refers back to what I was saying. That was originally an option and it was taken off the table. So I think that might be it. Is that right, Richard?
Yes, the wording in the covering report is the correct wording, as we've just discussed. I mean, clearly the comments regarding how we achieve that saving and how the sites are operated are helpful in terms of designing how we'll implement that. And Mark Willimont and the team in taking forward that particular saving would look to minimise the impact on communities.
And it is, what I will say is that I think you're a bit behind the curve on that one, not gauging the public mood, because all we've had in the teams are commendations for the booking system and how much easier it is for people. We've also not had as many phone calls coming into customer services, which has meant that they've been able to deal with adult social care. So I can't accept that point on that. What I will say is that absolutely everything will be looked when we're looking at how do we reduce those hours.
Well, it just goes to the point I make, though, Councillor Davis, is that those people who do multiple trips to the tip can't do that anymore because of the booking system in the way that they used to. So that is not an advancement as far as they're concerned.
For a week, four appointments every 2 weeks is more than acceptable for most people. We haven't had that comment at all, except for what you've said here, and I've made my email address available, and you've not raised it with me previously, so I That's all I can say on that. Just wanted to come back on your education point, and I think it's a really valid point that we do need to educate people about what happens with their waste. I think that we haven't been doing that right, and that's one of the reasons at the moment that we're looking at how do we resource our waste team to make sure that there are people in post that can make that cultural change and that people can understand where their waste is going and know if they're taking a green bag to the recycling centres, where that goes at the end of that journey. And I think that that's something that the Waste Task and Finish group also picked up on. So I think you're absolutely right. There's an educational perspective that we really do need to look at in order to get that change.
Absolutely. Is there any more questions for Councillor Davis?
I have one, Chairman.
Right, okay, we've got one from Councillor Durkin, and then of course Councillor Hewitt's been waiting very patiently. So Councillor Durkin first, and then Councillor Hewitt.
Thank you, Councillor Hewitt, for your forbearance. I'm going to encompass a couple of things because Councillor Davis is due to go shortly. I want to pick up on a couple of things which relate to finance and contracts, etc. It says in the report that there will be consultant expertise that being put forward with regard to property services, a greater need or greater use of consultants. My question is, in addition to the cost of consultants being more expensive, what is the budget concern? What is the budget concern proposed that do they think with regard to this moving away, as I see it, to consultants mainly?
I will field that, if that's okay, to either Richard Ball or Chris Jenner, but I think what you're asking for, what is going to be the cost, but the reason behind the consultation and moving to an outsourced model of property services is based on two things. One, there is a national shortage of certain professions, which means that we cannot recruit to Herefordshire Council. Now, I think it goes without saying, we wouldn't even come near to the wages that they could apply, that they could get in the private industry. So that's why we really are struggling. What it's actually resulting in is at the last minute, us having to go out to consultants to ask for that work, and we know that that costs more money than if you've got an agreement in place that you can go to a consultant and ask for that advice. The other thing it does is cause delays to projects, and that's the biggie for me, is that our projects are being delayed because we're unable to use in-house expertise. So we need to be able to go to those consultants. This isn't just our council, and you're never going to get anybody more opposed to outsourcing than me, but I will outsource when it's the right thing to do. And I do believe that for property services, for the technical part of it, it is the right thing to do. But Richard and Chris will be able to highlight if there's any history on that.
In addition to that, Chairman, if I may, in most of the business cases that have been put forward in this package, there's a regard to prudential borrowing for all of these projects that are shown. What is there a ballpark figure or an expectation of how much prudential borrowing there's going to be to fulfil the business cases and other things within this budget proposal?
Could I just respond to the previous point? Really? I think the one about prudential borrowing is probably one for Andrew Lovegrove. But yeah, in terms of commissioning in relation to property services, the challenge is around accessing the right expertise at the right price, and also being able to secure that expertise without having to use high-cost agency staff at times. So that drives the need to make sure that we've got resilience in property services and are able to maintain service. Clearly, as we move forward with all of these proposals, we'll work up the detail and make sure that we address the risks associated with the projects as well to maintain service. I think the point around the prudential borrowing was around the cost of borrowing for the new capital items.
Well,
is that correct?
It's mentioned in most of the business cases and beyond, the need for prudential borrowing to satisfy the capital projects. What I didn't get a feeling of was the overall prudential borrowing required in this budget's proposal to fulfil all the strands of the business case and other things that will be required.
Well, the answer to that is that 4.8 million needs to be borrowed in order to add to the 14 odd million that is from grant funding. So I think your question, Councillor Durkin, is how much does it cost in revenue terms to borrow 4.8 million to facilitate the projects? And I don't know if Councillor Harvey, you've got your hand up to answer that specific question.
Can I just come in there, Chairman? What I'm also mean, I agree with what you say there, but also if you look through the business cases, it does come down to prudential borrowing, relying on prudential borrowing. I don't know how much it's going to be overall. I can't seem to see, other than the figures you stated, I can't see any other ballpark figure of prudential borrowing for the business cases.
Okay, Councillor Harvey had her hand up. So, Councillor Harvey?
Yes, well, I mean, each business case is an individual case for that particular capital addition to the programme. Paragraph 18 of the budget report provides a summary of that, and those are the figures that the chairman has just referred to. In terms of the total, I mean, and those figures there show that only a quarter of the total financing of these capital additions to the programme will come through prudential borrowing. So what we're doing is continuing, as was the case under previous administrations, to have a mix of finance to bring forward capital projects involving income, cash reserves, grants and borrowing. And each case is considered on its merits. Some are appropriate for one particular balance of those different ways of funding, and other projects have an opportunity to do things a different way. And that's why you've got those individual business cases, so that you can see at the case by case level what the financing mix is for each one.
Okay, so the second part was the servicing of the debt. What's the procedure for estimating that?
I think, can I ask Mr. Lovegrove? I'm keen to go to Councillor Hewitt because she's been waiting very patiently. But whilst we go over to Councillor Hewitt, I think the question that Councillor Durkin has, and certainly I have, is that if you able to look and find out what the cost of borrowing £4.8 million is, and if we can come to you at a later date of the meeting. But just to preempt you, that's the question that we need the answer to. But if we can go over to Councillor Hewitt now, please.
Well, it's possible I've lost my thread, but I'm going to go for it. I think Councillor Davis has disappeared. Oh no, she's still here, which is great. So
still here.
I'm just going to go back a little step and look at the council resource in expertise for managing some of the issues that we face. And in terms of personnel resource, I'm rather worried about the conservation aspect, because I understand we've just lost a conservation officer, and that I've just heard recruitment is difficult because the level of pay which these people can get elsewhere in other organisations is difficult for us to match. But if we don't have in-house expertise, it's going to cost us an awful lot to do a backlog of addressing listed buildings, basically what are listed buildings. And it sort of runs contrary to our Stronger Towns bid, which is to big up our cultural heritage. Now, if we have tourists coming to Hereford who are looking at our cultural heritage falling down because we've got a delay in getting the expertise, or we can't afford the expertise, or we no longer have in-house expertise. And I just wonder how this problem is going to be addressed, because Herefordshire is rich in, you know, architectural history. And I think it's a big draw for the tourist economy. So I'm just quite concerned about it, as you can hear.
Yeah, and no, I appreciate that. And you're absolutely right. In Herefordshire, we are lucky to have beautiful heritage buildings. I think some of the questions that this does raise, and certainly the amounts of money that we're looking for, not just for the Shire Hall, but the Town Hall and other heritage buildings, is firstly, are we the right people to be running these premises? You know, what council taxpayers is us to want is for us to get the most from the little amount that we get, and spending them on buildings that cost us a lot of money, I would argue, probably isn't the right thing to do. And that's part and parcel of the proactive work that we're doing, and also the better ways of working. We're going through all of our assets and saying, is this the right building for us to own? If it isn't, then is there somebody else that we should be giving it to who could, in my opinion, and a lot of people's opinions, could run them better? Or do we dispose of them, as has previously been done? And I see that working in tandem with the community asset transfer process that's due to, we've got a new process coming through within the next few weeks. So I think that you're right to be concerned. What I would say is at the moment, there are significant delays anyway. Those significant delays are there because we don't have that agreement in place with specialists that can give us those advice. So we're doing it very ad hoc, and paying, like Richard was saying, about agency costs, which we just can't do. That's not a sustainable model of supplying that expertise. And I think we need to be a lot more strategic and understand when we can't do things as a council, and it's okay to say, do you know what, we can't do it, we can't get in that professional person, and we do need to ask for the right advice, because it's much better that we pay for the right advice than carry on and get the advice that might bite us. From, like, the Shire Hall's a really good example. We didn't invest, we didn't do a proper survey, and now we're looking at the cost that's going to come to us. So I think we do need to have a real look at that, and especially with our heritage buildings, I think it's an absolute minimum that we have full condition surveys, and you'll see that within the budget papers, that's what we're requesting. I'm really sorry, I have to go to my job. All right, see you later.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Right, next question, or Councillor Hewitt, did you have another question, or was it that was relating?
Well, simply, my hand was up initially to question Richard Ball, but I don't know whether that's the time for me to do it now, to defer to others. Shall I let others step in?
It's entirely up to you, Councillor Hewitt. You will be able to ask your questions regardless.
Oh, okay, so let's go to my question for Richard Ball, which I've just lost. Hang on 2 seconds, please.
Sure.
Okay, Richard, this is an open question for you. What would you regard as the key priorities for your department, activities and priorities, in delivering a vibrant local economy and supporting recovery from the impact of COVID? And I'm hoping those two might overlap, and responding to the climate and ecological challenge. So we're looking for key priorities that would address those three altogether.
Well, thank you for that. That's helpful. I suppose in terms of the directorate, one of the key priorities for us is to actually continue to deliver our statutory responsibilities that we do have. So that has to be part of our core work, and that does support communities in terms of access to services, etc. So that's very much part of maintaining those community services. In terms of supporting the local economy post COVID, that is going to be a significant challenge. So the priorities that we're identifying are around the delivery, or supporting the delivery of NMITE, and continuing the growth that's happening on the enterprise zone, the Stronger Towns Fund proposals for Hereford, and the market towns economic development strategies that we're currently working on across the county, with also moving forward around economic strategy elements for the rural areas as well. So it's very much a package approach of taking forward all those elements, and certainly the delivery plan, the county plan sets out that in a lot more detail than I have done here, but very much focused on supporting the economy, taking forward the proposals for new job creation, the cultural projects that are likely to come forward from the Towns Fund, as well as some of the other major capital investments that are proposed within the capital programme. I suppose in terms of responding to the climate and ecological emergency, there's a whole range of work to do on that. Clearly, the council's approach to transport strategy is one of those key elements that will, it is something about responding to that, and reducing the carbon impact of transport. There's the addressing the phosphates issues and the river quality issues, which are significant in the county, and also continuing to invest in improving efficiency, energy efficiency, etc., across our own buildings, but also supporting others to do that as well. So it is there is a whole package of things. It's a very long list of things that we need to do, and I'm aware that there is the Task and Finish group for the committee has also been doing a piece of work looking at that as well, which I think is due to come to your next meeting, which I know Councillor Chowns, if she was here, would say is very interested to see and have that discussion, how we take forward the council's overall response to climate and ecological emergency.
Can I please come back, Chair? Would that be okay?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm just thinking about this whole thing. A teacher friend of mine had a little notice saying "do less better," and I think that's probably a theme that's running through our discussions today. The boat's sinking, so what's the thing that you're going to save? And in a way, you've given me a broad spectrum of initiatives, amongst which is the wonderful outline business case for addressing the maintenance of our roads and taking account who's using a carbon tracker, and also understanding what impact deterioration on our road network has on pouring continuously a carbon footprint into deteriorating road structure. So I was delighted to see that bid, and I was also delighted about village speeding, which all of the villages around our county will be going hallelujah to. So that's really, really good. But you sort of dodged my question, so I'm going to make it a little clearer for you. Both through actions or non-actions, and I suppose I've led you into a heffalump trap here, but I'm going to do it anyway. Where will economy in place make the biggest financial savings and the biggest contribution to reducing the county's carbon footprint?
Sorry, I missed the first bit of that. It just dropped out.
Okay, so both through actions or non-actions, where will economy in place make the biggest financial savings and the biggest financial contribution to reducing the county's carbon footprint?
I'm not sure I quite.
You might want to pass, or you might want to consider.
Well, I suppose the challenge that the organisation does have is that we have to deliver a balanced budget, and so we do have to deliver savings. So the savings proposals set out seek to deliver that balanced budget without impacting on the work that we need to do on delivering the climate emergency. I'm not sure I quite understood the second part of the question.
Do you know what? I'll send you the question in an email.
Okay.
Then.
Okay then. Move on to Councillor Matthews is the next one with his hand up.
Yes, it was me whistling, Chairman. My apologies, out of sheer frustration. Most of the issues that I was going to raise in respect of Mr. Ball's department have already been raised. When I first saw this and I saw the impact it'll have on the public, it's quite staggering and worrying. I appreciate we're in difficult times. When you work all this out and add up the costs of what's been imposed on parish councils, they've got to raise it, and they only raise it from the public. So it'd almost add up to a 6+% council tax rise. It's a terrible burden to put on the public, and I think we should have been looking for dealing with the issues more in-house. I will be putting down a recommendation to go back to Cabinet, which I've told the Chairman already about. One thing I'd like to refer to, Chairman, if you bear me 1 second. I checked with my parish council chairman yesterday, and they totally disagreed that they'd agreed to most all the proposals which it's alleged they agreed to, that they were strongly opposed to most of them. They agreed with a few, but they were strongly opposed to most of them. And they said that the questions were not clear and very confusing, and no details were actually given on costs and expenditure. So I wanted you, that's not my view, I'm merely passing on what my parish council chairman said. Now, a couple of quick issues, because enough has been said, and I think that we've got to move on. But I'll just mention about the household waste situation. I don't think the authority has recognised the horrendous cost on fly tipping. To remove and recover this is absolutely tremendous, and it'll cost you twice as much as what you'll make in savings by reducing hours and all the rest of it. So that's a worrying issue. The other issue that I would like to bring up is on about the establishing an in-house bus fleet, which is fine, sounds great, which I take it'll be mainly in urban areas. So could I ask Mr. Ball, does he agree with me that it'll have an tremendous impact on bus companies like Yeoman's, Lug Valley and Jones's, who've spent hundreds of £1,000s and to keep a bus service within the county, because they only make profits from the urban areas. Can he tell me what impact that he thinks that might have on them? And the rest of it, although we could go on all day on this, Chairman, I will put my recommendation after, and we'll have to deal with it further as we go along. But if he could just answer about the bus issue, and because I think this whole matter is going to have a tremendous impact. And when the public sees what's coming, I think they'll be very, very concerned.
Chairman, as that is a political question, do you mind if I answer that as a Cabinet member?
Councillor Harrington, please go ahead.
So thank you for that, Councillor Matthews. The proposals there are in preparation of finding the best way to run a bus system within Herefordshire. I have spoken to all the local providers, and we will work out the best way to come up with a bus system for Hereford and Herefordshire together. We have to work with those bus providers. We support those bus providers right now, and that is a struggle. We don't have the revenue to be able to continue to do that in the way that we're trying to do it. So we need to come up with another plan. And having a joined up together bus system, a hopper system for the entire county, an electric hopper system where we can take advantage of national grants would be the best way to do this. So this is not in competition with our local bus providers. This is going to be a partnership. And if that's not clear, we can make that clearer.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. I'm pleased to hear that. And you've done the right thing. As long as you've consulted with them, that's fine. But I thought if you'd just been imposed without proper consultation, it would be of terrible concern to them, because initially, before you obviously made those arrangements, they were contacting me and getting very worried about what might happen. I mean, thank you for that. I'll leave the rest now, Chairman, and I'll put my recommendation to you when you feel fit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ball, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, just to add to what Councillor Harrington said, in relation to the proposals in the savings plan, it relates particularly to special transport needs. Now, the council already has a small fleet of vehicles which it operates, and I think that particular proposal will have a limited impact on operators in any case.
Thank you. Next question is from Councillor Wilding.
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to add, I know Councillor Davis is gone now, but I'm going to leave a little question hanging in the air about the Shire Hall. It seems that she was hinting there might be something along these lines, but is it time to offload the Shire Hall in some way? Because it seems to just be a grand place for us to meet, and we don't really need that, especially if we're going to have a lot more meetings online, as I suspect we're going to. So I'll just leave that hanging in the air. But then I just wanted to revisit what Mr. Norman was saying earlier about us losing some traction with the government because of cancelling the bypass. I can see where he's coming from. He's basically coming from the past, from a lot of past thinking about the best way forward in terms of transport in the county. He's coming from a time when the drive for growth basically ignored human and ecological costs, putting growth of traditional infrastructure ahead of the infrastructure of green infrastructure that we need to really concentrate on preserving. So once again, it comes back to the fact that we really need to put all our efforts into this new Herefordshire transport policy to show there is another way, to allow people in the county to make massive behaviour changes. I realise they will be massive. People don't want to get rid of their cars, but it's been shown time and time again by various different studies that building a new road just increases the demand to use that road. You get lots more traffic coming from other areas that think they can move further and quicker. You get this induced demand, and although initially you might get the congestion in the city centre reduced because of it as traffic goes across, traffic's a bit like water finding its own level, and within a few years the city centre roads that were congested and become a little less congested will suddenly attract more traffic, and it will be back where it was before. Even the government report on induced demand says that a 10% rise in road structure will result in something between 2 and 5% increase in traffic over a year. So within 10 years, given the road will already be half full when it first opens, you'll be back to the same level. And all that traffic is contributing to the destruction of the natural world. So I don't see there's any other way for this council to move forward without putting that new transport strategy at the very fore of our efforts. I mean, obviously at the moment we need to think about COVID, but as that recedes, hopefully it will recede over the next year, we then need to push really hard for that new policy. Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Wilding, was there a question there that you wanted to direct to anyone in particular?
I guess it's just saying that that will be my recommendation, to really make sure we push hard on that.
Right. Next question is from Councillor Bowes, and then if it's all right with the committee, I've got a few questions I'd like to ask.
Thank you, Chair. On the back of Councillor Wilding's speech, I'd like to recommend that we use the 1.2 million part of the new homes money is used to progress travel measures at pace. So I'd like to put that forward as a recommendation. And also going on to what Councillor Wilding said, I think we also need a recommendation to review our usage of the Shire Hall and see, could it be better utilised going forward? That was just two recommendations that I was thinking of. My question is to Richard. Paragraph 11 of the report proposes that 800,000 of tier support grant and new homes in bonus is allocated to increase the council tax discounts made available to people facing hardship. Is this funding sufficient to meet the level of anticipated need?
Is that more a question for Mr. Lovegrove?
Mr. Lovegrove, sorry, Richard.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. It's very difficult to predict the demand that we will face for this type of provision. I think when we heard from our MP, like the government is doing a lot of work to predict what will happen, and we're doing likewise. The view is that yes, it will be sufficient, but we do recognise that the change in effect becomes demand driven. But our modelling is such that 800k is currently sufficient, but there is that inherent risk, which I think you've highlighted, that it is dependent on what is happening for our residents, and it is difficult to understand with complete certainty where they will be in terms of income levels and things like employment levels and furlough schemes and all those sort of things.
Thank you, Chair. Can I suggest then another recommendation, that the level of funding provided is revisited to ensure it's sufficient to meet the needs, so that we review the 800,000?
Okay, there's another recommendation which I'm sure officers are making note of. Can I ask, I think initially, I suppose it's a question for the report writers. On page 21, it's got the list of savings, and at the top of the page, it talks about transformation and redesign of directorates to realign to county plan objectives. It's got that entry twice with two, so it's the same entry, but with two separate figures on it. I was wondering if I could have an explanation as to why that is the case, because I'm not clear on why it's been split. If there are, or is that because it's two different directorates, or is that one directorate and trying to say two different things?
Perhaps if I answer that, I think it indicates the same thing, the transformation of the directorate, but it is two levels of saving. So they are, in theory, two options, but taken together, they total 650.
Okay, thank you. And then later down in the same page, it talks about a saving of £240,000 for bereavement services. Can we have some more detail as to what that saving would entail, and what would be reduced as in terms of the service?
So Chris Jenner may wish to come in, but essentially that is part of the reviews of charges. So that would look at the income delivered from bereavement services. Chris, I don't know whether you're able to comment further.
Yeah. It is that. It is a review of the current fees and charges in the service. We're not looking at reducing the service in any way, and potentially expanding it.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Durkin is next.
Thank you, Chairman. It's regarding the highways, extraordinary maintenance and diversity. I see the cost in the chart related to highways, but he talked about the damage to the highways, etc. What is happening with regard to the cause of the damage to the highways? That is the rain, etc., runoff. What's being done to mitigate highway verges and other matters so that the water doesn't get onto the highway?
Well, Chairman, I'm happy to answer that as cabinet member. If
Councillor Harrington, please, by all means.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Durkin. That's a very good question. One of the problems we've had is we had drainage teams in the authority who would tackle drainage issues 24/7, and perhaps we're often doing drainage works that landowners should have been doing themselves under the riparian rights, but that's what they were doing. We cut budgets, but before we came in as administration, budgets were cut. It's natural. I'm not blaming the previous administration. They had no choice. But one of the things that was reduced was a focus on drainage. I've taken the decision to put much more of an increase into our focus on drainage and to try and rectify both issues that we can deal with as an authority, but also encourage our landowners through a system which we've just produced a document and a PDF and a pathway that will be going out to all parishes to make sure that we can work with our landowners to make sure that they do their work and we do our work and try and share the cost. And one of the specific points that's come out of that is we've just purchased a rotary ditcher, which is a fantastic piece of machinery that can go along and clear ditches either at our request or the request of the landowners. So that focus is absolutely vital, and you're quite right. But once again, it all comes down to funding, and we've had to try and divert some funding and focus on that.
Chairman, could I ask a question on the answer? Thank you for that response, Councillor Harrington. It's good to hear. This rotary ditcher, if it does it on behalf of the landowner, will there be a charge made for the landowner for doing such?
Yep, that's the idea. So what we hope is that we'll have this. Well, we have got the machinery. What we hope is that we will do what we are required to do, and where it's the landowner's responsibility, we will offer them. Well, we will ask them if they could please do what they're required to do, and if they say, well, actually, can you do it for us? We'll do it and charge them if we're in the area.
Thank you.
Next question is from Councillor Stark.
Yes, thanks, Chair. It's back to my concerns about the budget regarding economy in place. Excuse me. It's not just about the 19% being reduced to 16% in terms of the share, but the biggest risk that is faced amongst the three directorates in terms of savings, including charges to be made, is being borne by economy in place as well. So you have almost a perfect storm. You have the biggest reduction in terms of share, and that directorate has also been asked to actually save more or earn more than the other two areas, with the risk that those figures are not met. I would like to ask Richard Ball whether there's a plan B here if this all goes wrong, because it concerns me that if it does go all wrong, and I'm of the same mind as Councillor Matthews in that the impact on our taxpayers will be most felt if economy in place falls down, is what is the alternative if this doesn't pan out?
So there's been a lot of work done over the past several months looking at a whole range of different alternatives for potential savings. What you've got before you is a set of proposals that has come through that process. So there are other things that could be done to deliver savings if necessary, and clearly some of those may be less palatable than the ones that are presented here, but there are alternatives that could be taken forward to reduce costs. Clearly, as you say, many of the services that the directorate delivers are essential services for communities. So and it provides statutory services as well. So there are services that we would need to protect in any case, but there isn't a separate plan, which is a plan B, but there are alternatives that could be brought forward if these proposals were not taken forward. Clearly there may be suggestions from the committee in terms of other things that the cabinet might want to consider, and the council may want to consider in meeting those savings proposals. And obviously, as we take forward those savings proposals, we'll have to work through the detail of the delivery.
Chair, we do need to think about reserves here, Chair, because I'm really quite concerned about the overall impact of the choices that have been made so far in terms of the impact on the economy in place. And I think we ought to think around a recommendation that reserves should be looked at in order to try and protect the economy in place, service provision that's provided. I'm also concerned that we ought to be upping our game on enforcement, not reducing it. And it's not just enforcement in terms of our regulatory activity, it's enforcement in terms of the environment and the ecological side as well. So I really do think that we as a group following this debate do need to think about what we might be able to suggest in terms of using the reserves here, because I just think the budget as it stands is just unacceptable in terms of its impact.
Okay, noted. Sorry, Councillor Harvey, you come in here.
Yes, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Stark. I mean, if you have suggestions, as we've said, they're really gratefully received. But spending reserves to prop up revenue costs is not the way to do things, because revenue costs are, ongoing costs, and effectively to reduce our reserves to subsidise the delivery of services that we can't afford to cover in our council tax with our council tax rise, doesn't present us with a balanced budget. It effectively, is a deficit budget that we're using reserves to fill the gap on. So, if there are other ways of doing things, and as Mr. Ball said, we had planned the worst case scenario for up to £16 million worth of savings that we may have to make. Unfortunately, the indications are, with the advance notice that we've got on what the settlement's likely to be, and there is a caveat on that in terms of us not having got the final position agreed with government, but luckily we don't have to go to those lengths. But it's we can consider some of those what we've considered to be less palatable options if you feel that you've got significant concerns about specific savings that we're proposing at the moment. But I think they do need to, your concerns do need to be firmly founded, because, and happy to, sort of share the background on this stuff and the thinking that officers have gone through, so that you can maybe articulate your concerns in a more evidenced way.
Well, obviously, I've had to go on the evidence that's been presented to us. We haven't been presented with options. But I just feel that we need to recognise that this budget is having a significant shift in terms of the resources that we're putting into economy in place. And we need to realise that that's going to have, I think, a fallout from amongst our residents. And they are the taxpayers after all. And if the evidence isn't there for me to be able to see what all the options are, then I can't really answer that point.
Well,
okay,
I wouldn't have a problem with you, sort of seeing the things that we've set to one side as being too painful to progress. But in case you'd like to propose that, you know, we've got that assessment wrong. And maybe it's a role for scrutiny over the coming year to, you know, walk alongside us on this, and to, you know, sort of take a view on how things are going, and maybe help us with some of this, you know, delivery in as low pain way as possible.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Hewitt.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back a step. I feel like I'm come from some sort of previous age, really. But my question is really to, I expect it's to Andrew Lovegrove, but it might be to Richard Ball, and possibly, if Jesse hadn't left the room, it would be to him. And I'm concerned with how much of what we're doing now, and I'm sure this is true, is addressing the effects of the terrible flooding that we've had, and whether the Belwyn flooding that we received was enough actually to meet the cost of the damage which the two major flooding events in this county had. I think we had one allocation of Belwyn funding, but I might be wrong about that. And I think it'd be good to just get that out in the open to see, so that we can see what part of what we're doing with the roads is still actually, you know, damaged infrastructure from possibly underfunded, you know, a national situation with the climate change that we've had.
So, shall I go? I'll go first on that one. I mean,
yes, please, Mr. Ball.
Certainly, the government has not funded the council to cover all the costs of the damage caused by the flooding, yeah, that whilst Belwyn support is helpful, the extent of damage to the network was significant, and there were decisions that the council took in terms of last year regarding, you know, allocating its own funds to address that. In terms of the highway network, you know, it's a very significant asset, over 2,000 miles. There is a very significant backlog of maintenance in Herefordshire, as there is in many counties across the country, yeah, the direct funding from government helps to keep that in a state of what has been called managed decline, with some additional funding that does come in from time to time to address that to a greater or lesser degree. The proposals in the new proposals in the capital list around additional funding for extraordinary highway maintenance will go some way to addressing that, and the existing allocations in the capital programme are being progressed as well. But the scale of the task is very significant across the county. I don't know whether Councillor Harrington, you wanted to come in?
If Chairman would allow me, yes.
Absolutely, Councillor Harrington.
I mean, the point you raise is a very critical point, Councillor Hewitt. We simply don't have enough money to do the job that we're required to do. We used to get funding to do this. We've lost to the tune of 60 odd million, depending how you work it out. It could be more than that, considering the savings that we've had to make ourselves. We have a deteriorating infrastructure network in Hereford. We're about £100 million behind in optimal kind of maintenance. So to the condition it should be in would cost us about £100 million. We don't have that money, and we're not getting it. So we're always trying to find ways to spend the little money that we have best, and we do get money given to us, you know, as blocks. But what we don't get is that regular and consistent and substantial and sufficient regular funding that we used to get through things like the revenue support grant when it was substantial. And we are just not going to ever get out of that situation. Everything is just going to continue to deteriorate unless we get central government funding. And, you know, that is as simple as that.
Right.
Chairman, there was a question about the Belwyn claims. We had two flooding events. Of course, we had the floods in February last year and the October before. So there are two events that are eligible for Belwyn claims. So that's why you have picked up there are two. In terms of the funding for the repair work, Council on the 4th of August last year made a decision about how to allocate funds. So that the detail is in that paper.
Okay, Councillor Hewitt, is that your questions done for this item, or is there more questions? You're on mute. Sorry, Councillor Hewitt.
Well, sorry, it's in order just to finish my questions on economy in place. So
sure.
I was thinking of this sort of, there's a plea which I would endorse, which is to use some of that Better Homes award to progress our active travel measures. And part of the reason for it is that although we're putting aside 1 million of that to address, those in financial difficulties and hardship because of the pandemic, I just want to point out that active travel and its social distancing effect are also measures that address the pandemic going forward. They make for a healthier population. They mean that we're not relying so much on getting on public transport, that we're using cycles and walking. And, I'm putting in a plea for that money to be used for the active travel measures.
Okay, thank you.
Question really. I mean, I suppose the only question is, are the social distancing effects of the active travel, could they be considered as addressing the pandemic? But I think everybody in the room is just going to go yes. So.
Okay, I did see Councillor Hitchener's hand go up just briefly, but did you want to come in at all, or has the point been made?
Well, it's going back a little bit to Councillor Stark's question about kind of, was there a plan B? There is a kind of plan B, because we have looked at a worst case scenario. And there was another point I was going to make, and I'm afraid that bit escapes me at the moment. So
well, we can always come back if you wish.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, right. Councillor Bowes is next, and then Councillor Matthews.
Thank you. This is really for Chris, I would assume. In children and families, I applaud the approach that we want to intervene before a family gets into crisis and give them support to become intensive support to stop them becoming taken out of their family environment and remain with their families. I think it's important to note that the savings papers indicate that moving one child from residential care into a foster family can save around 200,000, while also providing better outcomes for the child. Just to put the cost of residential care for a child into perspective, typically, how much does it cost to put a child in residential care on a week basis, and why is the cost so high?
Mr. Baird, are you able to address that question?
Yeah, the costs can be really high, and that's illustrated by that average annual cost, which cover 52 weeks a year. And sometimes children can have round the clock support that can be 2 to 1 round the clock, and sometimes 3 to 1, depending on their needs. Although, that would be for as limited a period as possible. So there are also a range of therapeutic services that are sometimes involved in that overall package of support as well. So I'm happy to give more detail, Chair, as part of that, but hopefully that gives an overview of some of the costs involved. And sometimes, because of the needs of the child, there is a need for them to be on their own as well, or in very small groups, and have education on site. So there's a whole range of factors that can increase costs quite considerably.
Thank you. So in terms of adult social care, I'm sure people are questioning the proposed rise in council tax, and they're saying what they're going to get for their money. Looking at the budget documents, I see 3% of the proposed increases for adult social care. And I was shocked to learn before today's meeting that some of the specialist care is costing the council around £7,000 to £9,000 a week looking after elderly. So can you explain why the costs are so high? And also, I understand with the pandemic, the costs of care packages have increased because lots of people aren't able to self-fund. So I assume this will be more people can't pay towards the cost of their care. So they've fallen beneath the financial threshold, and people are having to use their savings, so they can't pay towards their care. So I'm worried that the 3% ring fenced in the council tax, is that enough for people currently in the system and with the possibility of an influx of more people?
I'm looking for someone to answer that question in the absence of Mr. Vickers or Councillor Crockett. Any takers? Mr. Lovegrove.
Chair, I'm happy to answer, I think, those points. In terms of the impact of coronavirus, then clearly it is having a significant impact on the care market. At the moment, government is funding what they call a discharge to assess arrangement, which means that people who enter the hospital system, for example, are as soon as possible, placed into a care home. That's in everybody's interest, and they are picking up some of the costs of that. So we have people who historically would meet the threshold of being able to self-fund those cares. At the moment, they're not, because discharge assess arrangements are picking up those costs. So that does have an impact on that. And clearly, as the pandemic situation eases, there will have to be a transition where those people are then taken through an assessment, and if they are able to self-fund, they will then start paying for the care in its entirety. If they meet the threshold for support, we will put them in. So that has been built into the modelling and projections going forward. The question about some of the care packages are expensive. Each care package is based upon the strengths and the needs of the individual. So if somebody has quite complex and difficult needs, well, needs that are quite difficult to service and meet, then clearly that has a cost impact on theirs, and the care home will be providing an appropriate level of or package of care.
So are we confident that that 3% is going to be enough?
I think that I can't give you a cast iron guarantee, but the work that we've done with Stephen and his team and the portfolio holder is that we think that's an appropriate level on there. And I think I would issue the health warning I always give on these things. It's a demand-driven service. So we are in January trying to predict what's going to happen in the next 15 months. So I think we just need to have that caveat that it's based on the best intelligence and evidence that the council officers can have, but that there is an element of uncertainty.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I can just ask some questions now, because we've had quite a lot of questions on economy and place, and I know that the scrutiny committees in adults and children's have had their discussions as well, but I would like to ask my questions about the Children's Directorate. So it's a question for Councillor Norman and Chris Baird. You've just heard Mr. Lovegrove say about a demand-led service, and I understand that children's services, some of the element of that is very much demand-led. I note the concern that the Children's General Scrutiny Committee have had about the target about 30 new foster carers per annum. And I know the hard work that the Directorate put into protecting children and the excellent work that foster carers do make and the difference they make. But I have concerns also that that target is too ambitious. And I note that the biggest saving that I can see is the idea that there'll be a step down from residential to in-house foster care. But if there is the skepticism that you could provide the foster carers in the first place, you've got the largest saving of £1 million to reduce that residential care to foster care. If we're not confident about the figure of recruitment of foster carers, how can we be confident about the target of stepping down from residential to foster care, especially when we acknowledge that there are some cases where, because of the demand-led nature of the service, children do need that special wraparound care that sometimes can only be provided for in residential placements.
Shall I have a word first, Chair? And then I'm sure Mr. Baird can...
Yeah, by all means, Councillor Norman, thank you.
Right. Well, first of all, I think we all accept there will be a need always for a few residential places, very specifically, very specialist and all the rest of it. So that is going to be with us. But we also know that there are people in children in residential care who could be with foster carers. So the challenge is to provide those foster carers and ensure that they are trained and able to meet the various needs that we know come along. I think, and Chris will put us right on this, my understanding is that there are foster carers out there. A lot of them are going through the independent foster caring service, which is more expensive, and that what we're looking at is encouraging them to be joining us. And we've heard that the expenses and allowances have been increased, which I think is a really good move. Council has agreed to the suspension of council tax payments on their behalf, so that's another good move. And we also have a package coming along which will be a comprehensive marketing approach, which we think and hope will be really in a very sophisticated and experienced way attracting foster carers. So we believe they're out there. It's a matter of encouraging them and giving them every reason to join us rather than going through the far more expensive independent system. So that's my understanding as things are. We want to be ambitious. We know we need these foster carers, and that's why we've set this target. But we are, of course, listening and understanding that there are concerns about that. Chris, you may be able to fill that out a bit more.
Yeah, and I think in relation to the step down target, Chair, as previously been discussed, we have over 20 children where we are looking in detail at how we can support them in family-based, foster care, because we think that would be right for them. But we have to do it based on their individual circumstances and needs, and ensure that there's long-term matching, so that there's, minimising any placement disruption, which we all would want to avoid. We have had some success during this financial year, which indicates that we could be doing this, and so we are aiming to do this going forward into the next financial year too. It's right for those children. 5 out of over 20 is a stretch target from but it is has realism and thought behind it, and we do have detailed work going on at an individual case level at this moment. So we're not waiting for April, because it does need a lot of thought and planning. It will be dependent on individual child circumstances too, but we have been working this year on a child by child basis to make that assessment. So that's what's informed the target, and the overall figure, which as Councillor Bowers talked through, is an average of a range of residential figures, and that's what we've used to come up with the financial aspect of it too.
The only comment I would make is that when you present the concept of a stretch target, it's really a concept that's hoping for the best, where it probably doesn't articulate the fact that there's a strategic plan involved in specific cases, which I think if it was expressed in those ways, it would give people more confidence that that's a realistic target rather than a hope that has to be achieved. So perhaps it's the use of stretch targets that may not be appropriate if there's a strategic reason for hoping for that reduction in cost.
Yeah, I recognise that, Chair. I could say from a children's perspective, we have done detailed work across the number of areas that we've put forward. We've been challenged on that and asked to provide further information through this process, quite rightly. And so it has been built up through that individual case, evaluation approach. And, there are a number of papers around the foster care recruitment an issue, which the Chair of Scrutiny has mentioned, and so has Cabinet Member Councillor Norman. So there is detailed work behind these. A stretch doesn't convey a hope, in terms of a light touch way at all.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Harvey.
And just to reinforce the points of the Cabinet Member and Director, and you having been a Cabinet Member responsible for children's directorate for a significant amount of time, we take our responsibilities to the children in our care really seriously, and we would not be proposing to make changes to their circumstances that weren't considered to be in their best interests first and foremost. So, yes, we're looking to save money, but that is in the context of doing the best for the children in our care. And I'd like to assure this committee and the Children's Scrutiny Committee, if there was any question about this in councillors' minds, that please be assured that first and foremost, we take these decisions based on what's right for the children.
Thank you for that, Councillor Harvey, but it's precisely the point, and precisely because of my experience, is that I'm making sure or challenging the assumption that these savings can be delivered, because what is paramount is the welfare and the outcome for the child that's most appropriate for them. So that's the point of raising the issue. Another question I have, and then I'll go over to Councillor Matthews, who's been waiting very patiently, is one of the proposals, as I understand it, is to pass on increased costs to schools. And I'm aware that school budgets are extremely pushed themselves. So I just challenge, is that a sustainable challenge for schools to meet? Or is that something that you think could cause them difficulties or make them reduce the amount of services that they actually get from the council?
I'm happy to answer that if that's okay, Andrew. I know you've got your finger up, but the figure in relation to that aspect from a Children and Families Directorate is £20,000. So within that overall sum, it's a principle as much as it is, a significant part of the saving plan. It's an important one, Chair, but it is a small amount in relative terms.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lovegrove, did you want to come in?
Just to add to that, the proposal isn't to pass or to increase the charges to the people buying the services, i.e. the schools and the like. It is really about getting our costs under control and finding £20,000 worth of efficiencies in the cost base of those traded services. So the actual cost that people are paying for the service stays the same. This is about managing our costs. So the actual price they pay stays the same. It's managing our costs.
Okay, I accept that, but can I just make the point that it didn't seem clear from what was presented in the report that was what was being actually what's trying to be achieved. Right, Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of brief points. First of all, I can't let it pass without congratulating Councillor Harrington on taking steps to address roadside landowners for their negligence in not keeping drainage systems in proper order and the cost to be imposed on them in putting them right. So I'd like to publicly thank him for that. The second thing is a quick question to Mr. Baird, please. Chris, I've asked you many times, you've got a large number of children in care, and obviously they're only there because you feel they need the care, but I've raised it with you before. Have you had any success or progress in moving in on these cases at a very early stage to try and keep these children within family circumstances, A, for their own long-term benefit, and also to save costs?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Matthews. And yes, we have. We are reporting some successes in that regard. Families and children have been supported through the ECHO service, which started midway through 2020. That's following some of the investment that some people recall around getting to good that money. So we have a team now in place who can quickly and actively work to support children and families, both to prevent coming into care and also reunification. And we provide some information on that through our Cabinet Performance Report, but some good early successes really over the third and fourth quarter of well, the third quarter, I suppose, of the financial year, the back end of this calendar year, 2020, we've seen, which is good, considering that, you know, that started during the pandemic, alongside the Early Help Hub, which began in September as well. So we do have some further support around prevention, which does enable us to provide that diversion for some children and families.
Well done. Keep up the good work. I'm pleased to hear that.
Next question is from Councillor Hewitt.
My question may actually already have been answered, because it was around traded services charging, and to try and ensure really that things like mental health and physical interventions for speech impediments, or you know, just children not being able to access their learning because of distress, those things are going to increase. And there was a report by the Royal College for Children's Health, Pediatrics and Children's Health, which talked about the doubling, quadrupling, and in some places quadrupling of incidents of eating disorders amongst teenagers as a result of anxiety during the pandemic. So as a teacher who, you know, I was really acutely aware of how funding shortages pushed the threshold higher for intervention for children. And I'm very concerned. And I actually posed a recommendation to say, we want assurance that that all children will be have their needs addressed without prejudice in relation to the ability of the parents or the school's capacity to pay.
Councillor Norman, Councillor.
We're deciding who's going to come in there. Yes, I hope we have reassured on that there will be. This is not talking about increasing charges. This is not that at all. Chris Baird may be able to elaborate a bit on this, but absolutely take the point that there is likely to be an increasing need, certainly not a reduction, and that we must ensure that children who need those services, whichever way it's going to come to them, are able to get them. Really, really important, and we do recognise and support that particular point.
Yes, yes. I mean, some of the trading we do is around some services to schools rather than in relation to individual children, and you know, so some aspects of things like around performance information. So there's a range of things that we do get involved with schools alongside, you know, working with individual children as well, Councillor.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Bowes and then Councillor Wilding.
Thank you, Chair. It was just in relation to page 39 of the report that Children's and Families supported accommodation for care leavers. So I think it's great to see that young people are being given the opportunity to stay in Herefordshire. But I just was querying the accommodation provided at Bath Street in 21-22 may also support this savings target. I just wondered if I could have a bit more information on that. Maybe it's my ignorance that's missed something.
So the council's in the process of establishing some further accommodation at Bath Street. The council bought a property on Widemarsh Street that enabled supported accommodation for young people with care experience. And that is working well. Members of Children's Scrutiny visited it, you know, prior to its opening, and so there's going to be some further local to Hereford and the Herefordshire accommodation that's going to be made available in Bath Street as well, and that should enable young people who want to be in Herefordshire in their move towards independence to be supported there, rather than, you know, sometimes we have to use out of county provision at this moment, Councillor.
That would be a great move. Thank you.
Councillor Wilding.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to get to the actual increase in council tax. So no doubt there'll be protests that it's going to be raised, although I'm sure that raise is going to essential services. But I did hear Councillor Harvey say that the discount will be increased possible discount will be increased from 85% to 100%. So it felt to me like that got slipped through without many people going, hooray, we are actually increasing that. But so the question is, though, how difficult will it be for people to apply for this? That's one bit of it. What sort of level is it set at? Just so we know, and sorry, what sort of level is the discount applied at, is what I mean, I suppose. And does the discount actually end up cancelling out the increase, and so we don't actually make any more money, or what's the actual figures around that? Thanks.
Excellent question, if I may say so. Do I have any volunteers, Mr. Lovegrove?
Okay. We have a council tax reduction scheme that is agreed every year as part of the council's arrangement. The current arrangements are that it is capped at band C properties, and it is the 83% arrangements. The proposal is we remove that band capping, so irrespective of which band your property is in, if you meet the criteria, then you will pay zero council tax for that year. That's the intention. That's what we mean by 100% on there. It is a means tested grant, and people have to contact the council. And I said earlier that the best way of doing that is through the council's website, and we'll pick it up. People do have to share some of their personal details because it is a means tested, but assuming they meet the criteria, then the award is made and they don't pay any council tax.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lovegrove, for that comprehensive answer. Right, I have no more hands up to ask questions. So therefore, at this present moment in time, can we move the debate, as it were, onto the possible recommendations that the committee would like to put forward? Sorry, Mr. Baird, you wanted to come in.
Apologies, Chair, just to give my apologies because I will have to leave now, but yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you for your contributions. Thank you. So I know that Councillor Hewitt, you had a recommendation about about school services, but has that been answered by the discussion?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not 100% clear on what it actually means. So maybe my recommendation would be around the wording of that particular saving, because I think a lot of us jumped to the conclusion that it was around the sorts of services that that might affect children's well-being in terms of, you know, mental health services or those sorts of interventions. So I think it needs rewording, and maybe somebody could help me with a
Livings on
would it then, therefore, Councillor Hewitt, be something along the lines of to ensure that any of these key services are not affected by the budget proposal, or something like that?
I think to ensure that education and developmental interventions are not on, you know, for children's well-being, are not affected by budget cuts.
So there's one recommendation. Councillor Matthews, I understand you had a recommendation. Did you want to raise that point now?
Yes, I can put that now, Chairman. I didn't make you aware of it, and I did discuss it briefly with Mr. Ball yesterday. And my recommendation is the Cabinet be asked to consider leaving parking charges as at present and seek to raise the £600,000 from Balfour Beatty through improved efficiency and value for money. Also, additional savings should be sought from corporate services, possibly through voluntary redundancies, etc. When requesting this, I have in mind the many low-paid workers who travel long distances and then have to pay up to £6 per day for parking. A lot of these people earn far less than the Cabinet members get in allowances. Also, councillors and many others get free or greatly reduced parking costs. So it's starting to cause considerable concern amongst the public. Also, raising parking charges would have an adverse effect on city centre shops, businesses, with a further loss of jobs. So I think that should be dealt with, and I think those savings could be made in the manner in which I've proposed. If we don't achieve that, this county, and particularly the city centre economy, is going to suffer greatly. I know we want to get cars off the road and all that, but I'm talking about people who come in from Brecon, Bilthwells, rural areas, etc. They got to have parking, and if you keep driving it up, they'll just go elsewhere. So I ask that to go back to Cabinet for their consideration. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so there's a recommendation there. Councillor Bowes, you've got your hand up, but I think...
Yeah, no, it was just another recommendation, Chair. We spoke about COVID quite a lot today, so I think we've already got that on our works programme. I think we need to ensure when we look at COVID, we look at how the grants have been handled and include that as an indication of how Herefordshire compares with other authorities.
Sorry, could you clarify which grants you're referring to?
So when we've got COVID on our works programme already, so when we're considering COVID as a topic, I think we need to look at how the COVID grants have been handled and see how we compare with other authorities.
Okay, Mr. Ball's indicating that he wants to come back. I'm not sure if it's about the last point made or your point, but Mr. Ball.
Yeah, I suppose just for just advise in relation to Councillor Matthews' proposal. I think the just in terms of the level of suggested savings that he's proposing in relation to the Balfour Beatty contract, that would be a reduction in the highways budgets. That would be where that would come from, and I would just want to register my concern that level of savings could result in reduction in service levels in relation to highways.
Okay, well, I think it's important that I'll come back to Councillor Bowes in a minute, but I think it's important that if other committee members of scrutiny wish to express a view on Councillor Matthews' recommendations, then before we go to a vote, does anybody have any comments to make on those recommendations? Not Councillor Bowes, but Councillor Hewitt.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I understand that, you know, that raising parking charges is unpopular, but in order to move towards a situation where we can manage the way people move in the county in a more carbon friendly, more sustainable way, we need carrot and stick. And my own opinion about this is that parking charges have to go hand in glove with a parallel process of choose how you move, and that they can't be choose how you move and electric buses, because if they're actually imposed in a situation that we've got at the moment, it does appear to me to be unfair. But if actually what we've got is an alternative which we want people to use and which is provided and in place, then I think you should pay more for parking right in the city. And I think it would be, and obviously there would be dispensations for disability and possibly, you know, reduced charges in relation to, I mean, there are some very sprightly 17, 8-year-olds. So I don't have to be careful in the room here. I don't know anybody in that category quite just yet, but yeah, I both agree and disagree with Councillor Matthews, but I certainly think at the moment we need to have other measures in place going in tandem. Otherwise, it will appear discriminating.
Okay, noted, Councillor Hewitt. Thank you for that. I mean, obviously, we'll be voting on each individual recommendation, so it's to be noted when you come to vote. Councillor Wilding.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd just echo what Councillor Hewitt said. I do see where Councillor Matthews is coming from, but I think we do need to start changing over how people travel, and that will be one way of doing it. But I do think we do need to have discounts for people who are low waged or or have got problems with mobility. And in terms of what he said about councillors losing their free parking, then I'd be happy to go along with that. I do think we need to stop driving completely to meetings, so it won't be so much of a problem whether we park when we get there, because we'll actually be parking ourselves on our chairs in front of our screens instead.
Thank you. Councillor Harrington, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back to Councillor Matthews' suggestion. So, I mean, as others have said, I take his points that he's making. I mean, the increase in charges were actually scheduled. They're not necessarily done particularly at this point. We haven't had increases for some years. He knows full well that we have come to rely on that income because of the reduction in funding from government. If he can think of another way of getting us that money, I'm prepared to look at any suggestions he has for parking schemes. Our parking charges, if you look at surrounding towns and cities, are not incompatible. In fact, they're slightly better. I mean, so I take his point. In relation to cabinet members' expenses, etc., etc., I earn about £13,000 for being a cabinet member, and I have my £700 a month ward allowance as a ward member. So I take home about 1,300 quid a month for doing, like many of my cabinet members, a full-time job. I have no expense claims, so I'm not in it to make money so I'm a low wage earner. So we're all trying in difficult circumstances to make things work. There is also a strategy behind having charges. If you want to park in the centre of town, you will have to pay quite a bit of money. If you park on the outskirts because you're a worker, you get significant reductions, and it's very reasonable to park in those areas, and we'll do our best to try and balance that. It's hard choices.
Chairman, Chairman, we're totally missing the point here. What I asked for, quite clearly, was for this to go back to Cabinet for consideration, not to be debated by other members with other extreme views. All I asked for was this to go back for consideration, and I gave sound and proper reasons for where the money could come from. So why we're debating it in this form, I just cannot understand.
Well, Councillor Matthews, it's because we're going to take a vote on the recommendation, and so I think it's important.
Yeah, well, why don't you do that instead of throwing it around the world first?
Well, I think it's important that you have the committee has a debate on the recommendations before it, rather than just go straight to the vote, so that for the benefit of the scrutiny committee members, they can mull over your valid suggestions and think about them and the comments that are generated as a result to inform their decision. We've got Councillor Wilding and then Councillor Bowes, but I can assure you, Councillor Matthews, that recommendation that it go to Cabinet for their consideration has been lodged with officers, and we can take a vote on it when we come to vote on the recommendations. But firstly, Councillor Wilding.
Yeah, so recommendations wise, I think Councillor Bowes actually put them forward. Maybe Tim's already taken a note of the two which were to do with the Shire Hall, considering what the future of that might be, and the other one making sure there was definitely enough money for the transport policy. I think Tim's already got them written down.
Yeah, I was saying, Chairman, would it be helpful at this stage if I put on the screen what I've actually put down as the potentials and some, for your consideration? Would that be helpful at this stage?
Yes, absolutely.
Chairman, before you go on, could I give a point of clarification to the last statement about the Shire Hall, if I may? The Shire Hall is not used solely by the council. It is rented out long term, in fact, to the Crown Prosecutor, the courts system, court justice system, and there are other groups that come into the Shire Hall. So it's not a case of it's our building, we're the only ones using it. We get a revenue stream from this building, which perhaps offsets how much we use. I don't know, I haven't got the figures, but it's not just a case of it's a building that we occupy. It's a multitask building for the community as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, absolutely, and we must always remember that there are other service users as well. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Chair. Fully appreciate that, Councillor Durkin. I know that revenue is brought in by that, but I just think it would be an ideal time now to review what does happen in there, and could we utilise it in a better way, or could more people rent it out on a a contract basis. So I wasn't saying that we to get rid of it. I'm just saying I think a review would be an ideal time now to review what does and doesn't happen in there, and is there any space for opportunity.
Right.
You right if I shall I share the document now, Chairman? Would that be all right?
Yes, but we've got two speakers, Councillor Hewitt and then Councillor Stark.
Yeah, I have a recommendation that is in the sort of work programme. It suggests that the delivery plan, sorry, for 2022, that Directorate Performance Challenge sessions will be used as part of the monitoring process, and partly because we're in this pandemic and we're all looking at this budget and saying we're going to get how much out of how little. Can I suggest that scrutiny, including our work programme, review of these directorate performances against stated objectives, because we've had a few queries of how deliverable some of the savings are, and we want to monitor the impact of the savings and be clear about what's happening. So I just suggest to put it in our work programme.
Okay, thank you for that. Right, Tim, can we now have the recommendations on the screen?
Yes, just 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds, please.
Sorry, and Councillor Stark, you wanted to come in.
Yes, one of my recommendations will need to be changed, Chairman, in the light of Councillor Harvey's comments about a balanced budget.
Yeah, I don't know if you can you see those? Sorry. Can you see those now, Chairman?
If you can turn off the navigation page, then I think that will centre. That's it. Thank you.
To pick up on Councillor Stark's point, these are, a starting point, and subject to amendment, obviously. So, so the first one to start with, I think that's something that was discussed. Councillor Stark had mentioned, but I don't know if he feels that that's been satisfactorily answered by the executive now, in that it was asserted there was a plan in place, or that they had assessed, or they had assessed a range of options.
I'm caught in two minds here. Obviously, the point about looking to reserves to fill in any gaps falls foul of the balanced budget.
That's later down, Councillor Stark. I've got that down there at J.I. Sorry, yeah.
I understand from what Councillor Harvey says that would fall foul of the balanced budget considerations, so that's not a starter. Is right, Councillor Harvey?
Yeah,
that's not a starter then. But I'm really coming up against a number of barriers here. Yeah. I mean, we're being told that the only contingency plans that are on the table are unpalatable. We're also at the ceiling of the precept increase that we can have on the core budget without going to a referendum. But I just feel that if we're putting all our eggs in one basket, that we're heading for a fall. So I really need to look to the other group members and ask, can we still seek a recommendation for the executive to look at contingency plans, even those contingency plans might be more unpalatable?
Councillor Stark, could I just say that at recommendation K there, I've attempted to sort of capture part of what Councillor Harvey was offering, if I can use that word, and whether that captures, both her view and your own. Would that provide you with sufficient assurance?
Well, it goes back to what Councillor Hewitt was just saying a moment ago about monitoring progress here, and about having the ability to respond to shortfalls in a way that is immediate and sensible. So this, although I mean it's okay insofar as it goes, yes, but it doesn't answer the question of having a fallback.
I mean, how about if you added with a at the very end, if you added in with a view to ensuring that with a view to ensuring contingency plans are in place or something. Would that cover it? I don't know if that would work.
Well, yes, if that's where you want to combine it, then you would take out the contingency plan recommendation at the top.
Yeah, I mean, would
Right.
that?
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Happy with that, Councillor Stark?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have any more? I mean, at this moment, as Tim's typing, you can't see the rest of the recommendations, but
Yeah. Sorry, so I'll go back up to the top now, Chairman. Sorry.
Sure.
And take that one out. Yeah. Take that one out. Yeah.
So, so that's struck through. I say that's the second one. Is there something you mentioned, Councillor Stark, which hasn't necessarily featured much in the debate, to my recollection to date? But sorry, I can't hear. Sorry, I can't hear you, Councillor Stark. Sorry. Yeah.
That's probably good, Tim. I was saying that Councillor Hewitt raised flooding in the debate, so I didn't add to it.
Yeah.
So I would like that recommendation still to be considered, please.
You okay with
I'd
that,
agree.
Chairman? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll copy that down. Right. Okay, I'll just put that in there. Okay. So I don't know if you want to take them through from A then, Chairman. Do you want to go through?
Yes, please. Yes. If we scroll down.
Can you see? So that'll be there. Can you see that? Is that okay? Yep. You okay with that? Yeah.
So A.
I mean, do you want me to read them, or do you want
Yes,
to read
go
them
ahead,
out? Yeah.
please.
So it be clarified in Appendix C to the report that it is proposed to reduce opening of household waste recycling centres and not to close a centre.
Can I suggest that opening hours?
Okay.
Because having opening household waste centre is just the same as closing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Opening hours, right?
Review of opening hours or reducing opening hours. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The second one we've got is clarify. This is attempting to capture Councillor Hewitt's point about clarifying the wording regarding savings on traded surfaces, and I look to her to sort of, refine this wording, please.
Councillor Hewitt, any suggestions?
Clarify wording regarding savings on traded services to educational establishments to ensure that it.
You have to go a bit slower.
Educational establishments to ensure that intervention, that health, maybe health and developmental interventions, young people are not affected by budget cuts.
Is that okay? Yeah, right. Yep. Okay, and sorry. Okay.
We're now on C.
Yeah. See that the budget priorities are revisited to. This was the one which Councillor Stark has just covered. If members are happy with that.
Yeah.
D. This was Councillor Matthews said something to this effect: that Cabinet be asked to leave car parking charges as at present levels and seek to raise this sum from the highways budget and money raised by savings from corporate services. But clearly the director had some comment here, and I don't know if he wants to speak further on that point for the committee to consider that.
Well, I think we discussed that point at some length, and so I think it'll be up to committee members to vote on that recommendation.
Okay. E.
Chairman, that's not reading quite right. Could we have highways budget through efficiency and value for money savings from to be achieved from Balfour Beatty?
Again, I think you should. I think the chairman. I think that would be something that the director should comment on, Chairman. Yeah.
Also,
okay, Mr. Ball.
Also, Chairman, if I may, I think Councillor Matthews' point was not leave car parking charges, but to review them.
No, I understood Councillor Matthews, it was to leave them as they are.
To leave them as they are, but to send it back to Cabinet for their consideration on the matter. For them.
Yes.
Well, that's where they all go. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're all going to be reviewed by Cabinet, but I think the point is to leave them as they are, not review them.
No. If you send them back, all we're asking for it's a recommendation to go back for Cabinet for their consideration. They'll decide whether it's appropriate. I hope they do, but it's merely asking it to go back for them to consider leaving the charges as they are. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, so I hope I've expanded D, Chairman, but I don't know if the director wants to comment further on the Balfour Beatty aspect.
Mr. Ball.
I think as Mr. Brown has drafted it, it's correct. It would be a reduction in our. I think we normally name it public realm budget, but I think it's predominantly highways. But you could put public realm, and I think what you're saying is the aspiration would be that would be achieved through efficiency and value for money savings. I suppose my comment as earlier would be that it's, in my view, highly unlikely that that level of saving would be achieved purely by efficiency savings, and it may result in reduction in service levels in the public realm, which we'd have to, obviously that would be something that Cabinet would need to consider in determining their proposals.
Thank you, Richard. That's fine. As long as it goes back for their consideration, I do ask members to support it. All I'm asking for it to go back to be considered. Thank you.
Okay. E, Chairman, is that in its review of COVID measures, the committee consider how grants have been used and seek comparative information from other authorities.
Sorry, what committee?
The General Scrutiny Committee at the General Scrutiny Committee. So this was Councillor Bowe's request for something to be added to the committee's own work programme.
Oh yes. Okay, yes, understood.
Yeah. F was a vague one. I don't know how far this went, but that it was a general thing. The focus should be on developing green infrastructure. I don't know if that captures the point the committee were aiming for.
Councillor Wilding, would you like to try and add some wording to that one?
Yeah, I think perhaps it should say something like, in light of the council's declaration of climate and ecological emergency, the Cabinet should consider whether enough focus has been given to developing green infrastructure.
Yeah. Sorry.
Can I check, William? Do you mean in economy and place?
I haven't really thought exactly where it would be. I guess I was thinking it in connection with what area was it? It was on E. On the
I mean, how about it's been given within the budget proposals, something like that? Would that? Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it could be in any area really. It's just
right.
Sure they.
Because you see, the point I was trying to get at with my rather cryptic question was, it's not what's in here, it's what's not in here that gives the focus on the declaration.
Yeah. I mean, I'd have thought that if it stands as it is now, that would cover that, perhaps, Chairman. Would that cover both aspects of that? Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. Okay. So if you're on to G, this was use 1.2 million of new homes bonus to progress sustainable transport measures at pace.
Yes.
Okay. And then review use of Shire Hall to assess whether there are better options for the building's use. Review 800,000 for council tax discounts to ensure that it is sufficient to meet need.
Can I intervene on H?
Yeah.
Yes, by all means.
I don't think we're talking about better options for the buildings use, although we might be talking about that as well. But whether it's to assess how we can get better value for money for the community out of that building.
And
everyone happy with that?
And better value for money we could put.
Geez.
Okay.
Is that okay? Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Then you had the council tax discounts recommendation. We struck out the use of reserves on the budget, and then tried to pick up about making arrangements to include monitoring of savings plans. Yeah, in the work programme. We talked about K before, which I hope was all right. And then the final L is just noting the Adults and Wellbeing Scrutiny Committee recommendations. So L is a possible mechanism to allow consideration of the fact that we're as part of the budget is going back to Adults and Wellbeing Scrutiny. I understand on the 26th of January, and it's sort of providing a way for this committee to be aware of those recommendations from the Adult and Wellbeing Scrutiny Committee. And I don't know if Kate Charlton wishes to comment at this point on this particular aspect. Yeah.
Chair, excuse me, Chair, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've recommended that you agree by way of this, that you're happy with this, that actually any revisions to one particular proposal in the adults savings proposals, which relates to the High Court issue, that actually it comes back to you just by way of correspondence. So you're made aware of the proposal in terms of its amended form. Because obviously they need to reconsider it, but it's about timing and about timing.
I think all of the. Sorry.
Can I just double check? Is it this 330k savings, and it was savings in relation to what part of the?
Sorry. Can I just stop? There's a telephone. Right. Okay, that's good. Sorry, Councillor Hewitt. Go ahead.
The telephone's still ringing. I'm sorry. Just you carry on, and I'll intervene in a minute.
And the final recommendation, Chairman, is just to note it's just to note and support the recommendations from Adults and Wellbeing and Children and Young People Scrutiny Committee going forward to the executive as for them to consider as appropriate.
Yes, I mean in our debate, I don't think any councillor disagreed with any of the recommendations that either the Children's or the Adult Scrutiny Committees made. So there is a slight technicality there in that one issue will have to be reviewed back to the Adult Scrutiny, but I'm sure everyone is in agreement that we will get written notification of their deliberations on their further meeting. But in terms of the rest of their proposals, I propose that the recommendation should be to support the recommendations of both of those committees.
Yeah.
Can I add another recommendation?
By all means, yes.
About the Cabinet exploring the progress of the voluntary contributions and the local lottery, because I think that was quite popular in the survey.
So can you just clarify that for me, please, Councillor Bowes?
Let me think of the wording. Cabinet to progress, exploring additional income from voluntary contributions and a local lottery. I think that was
beg your pardon. Yeah, and a local lottery.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
I think that was in the feedback.
Okay.
Chairman, point of clarification there. If we're going to run a lottery, would we not need some form of license?
Yeah.
But it's only asking them to explore it, isn't it? So yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not asking anyone to buy a ticket just yet.
Right. Okay.
Could I buy the winning one, please?
Chairman, in terms of if those are the recommendations, in terms of progressing these, is there a way that we can perhaps go through them, and if there's a consensus not to have a poll, and if there's if someone puts, makes a sort of objection, then have a poll, would that be acceptable, or do you want to have a poll on each one? It's quite a lot of work.
Is there any of those recommendations that any scrutiny committee member disagrees with?
I couldn't support Councillor Matthews' one about the parking.
Right.
Okay, any more comments, feedback from committee members?
Okay, so
in that case, can we have a vote on Councillor Matthews' proposal, and then if we can vote on block for the rest of the other recommendations? Is that possible? Is everybody? Is all the committee? Yes.
Could we just have a look at Councillor Matthews' suggestion again? And
by all means, yes. Can we?
Perhaps we can just reword it a bit, and then we can allow it to go through, which will be good for him. And
yes, and I think the point that we must remember is that Councillor Matthews is only asking this to be referred back to Cabinet for their consideration.
I think what's difficult about this is that it was expressed as other members having extreme views, and actually we all think that council, car parking charges are important to get right. And so I don't want to upset Councillor Matthews by saying we're not considering what he's saying. And if we're just saying voting on sending it to Cabinet, to be honest, I think it could go through.
How about
what does everybody else think?
Chairman, what about if instead of be asked to leave, how about us to review leaving? How about that?
Yeah, how does that sound with committee? Councillor Bowes, can you live with that?
How about just having that they're reviewed, that it's reviewed, not that there's leaving or increasing or anything?
But that's not what Councillor Matthews sort of proposed. So I don't know.
Yeah, the review is to leave parking charges as they are. But I mean, again, I just stress the point that all Councillor Matthews is asking is that the matter of leaving the car parking charges as they are be referred back to Cabinet for their consideration.
But the revised wording would not imply that was the whole view of the committee. So I don't know.
That's, I guess, what I was trying to get to. I'm happy for it to go through, providing it doesn't look as though it's just reflecting the view of us all. I'm happy for them to review it.
Well, we can always.
I'd still like to vote on it separately.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just vote on it. And I think we've all discussed the matter sufficiently so that when we come to vote, we know where we stand on the matter.
Yep.
It's just the technicality of how we vote on the fact that there are quite a few recommendations, and it just takes up technology time to orchestrate that in the medium of virtual meetings.
So Chairman, is it just so you want to request we have a poll on recommendation C first off? Yeah, is that correct?
Yes, please, and then we can proceed. So long as the rest of the committee are happy, then we can then proceed on voting for the.
Item D, we're going to have a poll on.
Oh, beg your pardon, D. Sorry, beg your pardon, D. Sorry, yes. D. Sorry.
At least I'm awake.
Sorry.
Yes, well spotted, Councillor Durkin.
Jen, is that okay?
Absolutely fine. Yep. Are we going to the poll now, Chairman?
Yep. On D, just on D.
Okay. Yeah. I will need to just move non-voting members out of the room. So if we could.
Yes, please be advised. All non-voting members will be removed from the room temporarily.
Just a short pause while they all disappear. So we've got 7 voting members on this one, Chair. And it's recommendation D. Okay, the poll should be up in front of you now. Okay, all votes are in. We have got 4 in favour to approve that recommendation, 2 against and 1 abstention, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And then if we can take a vote on the rest of the recommendations all grouped together.
Okay, so this poll is just generic to vote on the recommendation, so it's going to be minus the recommendation D.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, and all votes are in. We have 6 members in favour of those recommendations and 1 against, 1 abstention, sorry. 6 for and 1 abstention.
Okay, and if we can allow all the other contributing participants back into the meeting. So if everyone is now back in the room, I can just confirm that all of the recommendations that have been put forward by the scrutiny committee have been voted for and recommended to be put forward as the recommendations. And so that concludes the item on the scrutiny of the budget. So thank you for all those participants. We still have some housekeeping to do. We still have to discuss the ratification of the minutes of the last meeting, and we also have to just agree the work programme. So we will move swiftly on to the minutes of the meeting held on the 7th of December.
So you going straight to the poll on that, Chairman? Yep.
Yes, please. We just approve.
Chairman, I'm going to abstain on this because I wasn't there.
Noted. Thank you. So we can have that poll.
Yeah, Chair, I'm just removing non-voting members.
Okay.
Okay, the poll should be up. And Chair, we have 6 in favour to approve those minutes and 1 abstention.
Thank you. We had 1 abstention because Councillor Durkin was not at that meeting. So if we can just invite other participants back in.
Chairman, could I ask, in terms of the work programme item, I was just going to ask you, we have the meeting of the committee on the 25th of January, which is 1 week hence. The agenda papers for that go out this afternoon. Would it be advantageous to defer consideration of the work programme at this stage and deal with it on the 25th? It's up to you.
I think the whole committee's worked extremely hard today, and the participants who are still with us have done a great job in staying with us. So I think if we can discuss the work programme, if everybody's in agreement with that, we can discuss the work programme on the 25th. Everybody in agreement with that? Okay then. Well, we will discuss that on the 25th, and just like to extend my thanks to all of the participants in the meeting, the committee, officers and cabinet members. Thank you for all of your comments on such an important topic, and have a good afternoon. So if we can stop the live stream.